diligently and honourably, free from private interest or prejudice, to discharge the duties entrusted to us to the common good and as in your sight, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Please have a seat. Thank you. I think this might be the biggest crowd that we've seen in the last 2 years, so welcome everybody. Nice to see you all here. First item we have is apologies, and we have 2 apologies this evening. Councillor Sanderson and Councillor Miles were unable to join us this evening, and we'll deal with that later in the meeting also. Declarations of interest, councillors.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to declare an interest, non-pecuniary interest in 4.2, and I will leave the chamber for that discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Confirmation of the minutes of the last meeting. I believe there are a couple of minor amendments. Councillor Sanderson's pointed out. Councillor Williams?
Yes, Councillor Sanderson has raised a couple of issues. It relates to item 8.1. And it should commence with council endorse the General Manager entering into shared service agreements with Lane Cove Council based on the following key principles. That's the first one. The second issue he is referred to is resolution, the same item, 8.1, resolution 121/19 was resolved on the motion of Councillor Sanderson and seconded Councillor Beard. He does send his apologies, but he's overseas at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. So, councillors, with those amendments, I recommend to you, move Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor McLaughlin. All in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Fortunately, it wasn't me. Any matters arising from the minutes? Okay. I'll move on to the mayoral minute, which is item 2.1. This is I'm very pleased to be able to present this mayoral minute to you all this evening, and to welcome Mr. Peter Astridge to the meeting this night. Thank you for coming along, Peter. The purpose of this mayoral minute is to acknowledge former councillor and the 2019 Hunters Hill Citizens of the Year, Mr. Astridge, and the award of the Order of Australia Medal, the OAM, in the 2019 Queen's Birthday Honours. So congratulations. On the 10th of June 2019, the Governor-General and Chancellor of the Order of Australia and Chancellor of the Order of Australia, His Excellency General and Honourable Sir Peter Cosgrove, AKMC retired, announced 1,214 awards in the Queen's Birthday 2019 Honours list. Included in this list was former Councillor and 2019 Hunters Hill Citizen of the Year, Mr. Astridge. And in the notes, for some of you who haven't seen this, it's very impressive, and I'm impressed every time I look at it. And I'd like to read out at least some of it. Mr. Astridge was a councillor from 1995 to 2017. He was Deputy Mayor 2005 to 2006 and 2002 to 2003. He chaired the Mookaboolra Festival Committee for over 20 years. He was chair of the Public Transport and Traffic Advisory Committee for over 20 years. He chaired the Military Memorabilia Restoration Advisory Committee. He was a former chair of the Hunters Hill Main Street Committee, former chair of the Conservation Advisory Committee for 8 years, delegate to the North Sydney Regional Organisation of Councillors, delegate to the National General Assembly of Local Government, and none of us will ever forget the beautiful reports we received after that conference each year. He was a deputy chair of the Parramatta River Catchment Group, member of the Gladesville Main Street Committee, delegate for Hunters Hill Gladesville Ride Community Safety Precinct Committee, member of the Harbour Sculptures Advisory Committee, Anzac Centennial Local Grants Program Committee, former Aircraft Noise Committee, AKEG, former delegate Northern Sydney Regional Organisation of Councillors, former delegates for Roads and Traffic Authority Consultative Forum, Seniors Advisory Committee, alternate representative, nominated honorary photographer for the Australia Day celebrations, thank you Peter, Main Street delegate for the International Cities and Towns Society, ICNTS, delegate for the Future of Local Government, delegate Local Government New South Wales, and Australia Day Memorabilia Advisory Committee. I think that's extraordinary. It's an enormous commitment over a very long period of time. As well as that, and I'm not quite sure how he ever found time to do it, he was part of the Gladesville sub-brand RSL, and he was their secretary since 2012. He's been the vice president and a member of the Australian Commando Association. Awards he's received: a Citizen of the Year, as you know, for this year, Long Service Medal, Municipality of Hunters Hill 2017, Local Government Service Medal 2015, and Australian Defence Medal. A letter of congratulations was sent to Mr. Astridge recently on behalf of the council and the municipality. This is a great honour for us tonight as councillors to recognise your achievement, not just the OAM, but your achievement over many years on behalf of this council. And we wish you all the very best for the future. Thank you.
I'd just like to thank Council for the support they've given me over all those years. I'd like to thank the community who's also keeping me there. Because if it wasn't for the community, I would never have made the 22 years. Anyway, all the best to everybody, and just keep it all going. And you've got a busy night tonight, so I'm not going to hold you up with a long speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody who would like to say anything at this point? Councillor Williams. Councillor McLaughlin.
I'd like to congratulate Peter on his honour. I sat next to Peter for only 5 years of his term of council, but it was a pleasure to have him sitting next to me there. There aren't many people in Hunters Hill more committed to Hunters Hill than you are. I got to know you because of your leather jacket initially. That's the first thing I remember. We didn't always agree on everything, but we always were respectful of each other. And you were a wealth of knowledge for all of the history that came before I came on council, so I thank you for that. There are 3 things that stand out for me about Peter, and the first one is his absolute love and passion for building Mookaboola up to be what it is today. He was integral in doing that. Secondly, his passion for the restoration project of the Hawitzer cannon. You led that all the way through, and that was a brilliant outcome for our community. And thirdly, his passionate defence of council during the amalgamation process. You were incredibly outspoken on that issue. You weren't afraid to go for the jugular on your defence of Hunters Hill and your disdain for what the state government was doing to us at the time. But having said that, you never played politics in the community. You were always doing whatever you did for the residents. So you did things because you knew they were good for the residents, not because there was anything to be gained politically from it. And that was really very refreshing on the last council. So again, you took your oath of office to serve Hunters Hill very, very seriously, and that is to be commended. So congratulations and all the best.
Thank you, Justin.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a bit awkward with my back to you, Peter, so I'll just come around here. I'll take the left. Yes, I'd like to echo those thoughts of Councillor McLaughlin. I've known you, Peter, on council back when you first got on council, back in '95. I was on council before that and during that period. And you joined us on a very passionate issue, and that was the no aircraft noise issue. You and your colleagues in that party drove the debate and had that commitment to come onto council to assist in resolving that issue, because that issue is one of the fundamental ones that council has faced over the years. And as Councillor McLaughlin has said, you've carried that passion on, and I think you've broadened it out to this array of involvement in our community. And that longevity is something which Huntersville prides itself in. If you look at the town clerk board up there, you've got town clerks being here for 40 years and 30 years and whatever. And you've carried on that tradition by being, I would suggest, probably our longest serving alderman to start with, I think it was, and then councillor to flow on from that. So congratulations and thank you on behalf of the Huntersville community for all that effort you've put in over the years. And I know you're not going to be too far away from us when we need you in the future. So thank you very much for all your efforts.
Thank you.
I might call on Emeritus Mayor Richard Quinn, who served for 5 years, or more than 5 years, with Peter Astridge. So would you like to say a few words, please?
I'll be brief, Mr Mayor, because I think a lot has already been said about Peter, and Peter and I shared this chamber for 16 years, and it was quite a time, and we had some friendly battles over those times, but most of the time we were in agreement with the things that council was trying to do. I guess the couple of things that I would particularly like to acknowledge is Peter's resolute support for this community and his presence. I'd suggest perhaps no more than any other councillor, Peter was always present. His attendance at council meetings, committee meetings, forums, whatever it might be, civic events, Peter Astridge was always there, and I think his attendance for a start was quite impeccable. And I'd suggest very few of us were able to match it over those years. I'd particularly also like to acknowledge Peter's outstanding support for this community in those amalgamation battles, and he's been around for more than one, and been there fighting the fight on those occasions, irrespective of which government it was. He was there strongly advocating for this community. I won't mention those other things that have already been mentioned by Councillor Williams and Councillor McLaughlin, but I will add that Peter's particular advocacy also for our waterways and access to our waterways, being a keen sailor, as he is, he always made sure that we had plenty of local access and community access to our local waterways, and making sure that people could always get down there and get out on their boats. And I think that's also been a wonderful legacy for this community. So again, congratulations, Peter, and well done.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to the speakers, and thank you, Peter, for coming along. And I'm sure there's nobody in the gallery minds the short period of time we've taken up congratulating you. All the best. I was seconded, Councillor McLaughlin. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
Could we please move forward item 4.2, the St Joseph's development?
Seconded, Councillor Williams. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I will leave the chamber at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. So item 4.2, Mark Street, Hunters Hill, St Joseph's College. We have some speakers, and if I could invite Mr Chris Hayes, the headmaster of Hunters Hill, please come up and speak. Welcome.
Thank you.
And have 3 minutes.
Thank you. To the Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to acknowledge and thank the Mayor and councillors and the council officers for providing the opportunity in relation to the college's proposal for the physical education and sports precinct project, which, as you know, is a state significant development application. This project is central and vital to our mission at St Joseph's College as we move towards our 150 years here in Hunters Hill. The project is critical to the ongoing evolution of St Joseph's and, more importantly, responds to the educational needs of the boys. I would just like to mention that the team here tonight is Lee Thompson, Project Manager for the college, Rob Denton from TKD Architects, and Bernard Ryle, Director of Business of the college. Since our briefing to you on the 13th of May, the college also attended the meeting of the Conservation Advisory Panel on the 19th of June. Bernard Ryle and the college team were provided with the opportunity to outline the amendments and answer questions from CAP members. The amendments were acknowledged and well received. As you know, the college accepts the matters raised and has engaged positively and constructively, working carefully to present a revised plan which responds directly to the matters that have been raised by Council. We note and we are grateful for the overall recommendation of support before the Council meeting tonight. I readily acknowledge and extend my thanks to the Council and the Council officers for their engagement and ready consideration of this. On the related items mentioned by Council, the College will await further advice from the Department of Planning and Environment. Given the scope of these amendments and the meaningful response to the concerns raised by Hunters Hill Council, I am indeed pleased and thankful that the Council is supporting our application.
Thank you very much. Would you like to stay with us just for a moment? Council, is there any questions of Mr. Hayes?
Oh, can I just with the history of it, when it came a year ago, was that before it had actually gone to the Department of Planning or after? So was the original one put into the Department of Planning?
It was before.
And then the original one was put into Department, was it?
Yes.
And then now
and
come
then
back.
we've made amendments.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we have some objectors to the proposal. Dr. John and Ms. Alice O'Connor.
Thank you. Sorry, it's taking so long.
That's all right, no trouble at all. Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Are you happy to stand, or would you like to...
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Mayor and councillors, my husband and I moved to Hunters Hill in 1993. Prior to that, we lived on 5 acres, a 5-acre block at Borkham Hills, where our 6 children grew up. And on this block of land, there was an abundance of bird life, which was a source of great delight to all the family. With all our children grown up, we moved to our downsized home in Hunters Hill, which is lovely and we love being here. And I thought this source of pleasure would be ended. Much to my pleasant surprise, and I'm sure to the happiness of other Luke Street residents, the narrow strip of land on the side of Luke Street, next door to St Joseph's stone wall, has a large number of native trees and flowering shrubs, which attract many birds, which give much pleasure to us all. When earlier this year, the St Joseph's plan was displayed, showing the site of the proposed science block, it showed it was on the corner of Gladesville Road and Luke Street, with the length of the building running down Luke Street. I pointed out to the heritage architect that this would involve cutting down native trees and shrubs, which I believe are protected, and cutting down a number of other tall trees in which birds make nests. I was told this was not an issue because at the end of the build, established palm trees would be planted. Have you ever seen native, or indeed any other birds, being able to build nests in palm trees? Another concern about the siting of the proposed block is the amount of shadow it would cast on the other side of such a narrow street, again to the disadvantage of such residents. Our sunroom looks out across that street there, and we would, I'm quite sure, be affected. St Joseph's College occupies a large parcel of land on this site. I think it is not unreasonable to request that the proposed building be sited in a position which would not disadvantage the residents of Luke Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just stay with us for just a moment, if you wouldn't mind. Councillors, are there any questions?
Not to Mrs O'Connor directly, but just to seek some clarification on through you, Mr Mayor, perhaps to Mr Karithis or the General Manager, just regarding the street tree situation in the new development application.
Through you, Mayor, the initial proposal was to stand the proposed building approximately a metre off Luke Street. Now, this proposal significantly sets it back and then provides deep soil planting along the Luke Street proposal. We've considered those landscape plans, and our landscape coordinator has indicated that it's adequate, providing deep soil planting with this amended proposal. It's one of the issues raised by council at the time.
So sorry, does that mean the street trees stay or go?
There are proposed new trees on the subject site within a setback 2.5 to 3 metres, and the street trees are to be retained.
So does that mean they would be trees that had to start up and grow?
I think that's
instead
right.
of the established trees that are
That's
already
right.
there.
But I think there is a provision in the conditions of consent that they be super advanced.
I think we could just come back to this in just a moment. Are there any other questions of Mrs O'Connor? Perhaps you'd like to have a seat, and we'll see if we can answer that question. So if I could ask the proponent to just comment on the tree planting in that area, which might help to answer Mrs O'Connor's query, if you could. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Look, I think Mrs O'Connor hasn't seen the amended plans because they haven't been made public. They've been issued to Council and the Department of Planning. But the street trees on the footpath are all to be retained, and new trees are to be planted within the 4 metre setback.
All right.
And those trees, Council have commented on the species of the trees, and the college is happy to take those comments on board and amend those species accordingly. And there was even an offer during the consultation period that the college would consult with some of the neighbours and select species that they would be acceptable to them. And the trees will be planted as a relatively mature tree as much as we can fit in them.
All right. Thank you very much for your help with that. I think we can provide some more information to you, Mrs O'Connor, and it sounds like there may be a solution already. Thank you very much. We have another speaker, Emma Challen. Miss Emma Challen. Welcome.
Thanks. My name's Emma Challen. I live at 1 Luke Street, which is next door to Alice. I just wanted to ask a few questions about the practical impacts that this development at St Joseph's will have on our family. Not just with regard to the build time, which could be, we don't know, is it 2 or 3 years, the impact that will have on my family, as well as the longer term impact, which will just go on forever, as long as we plan to live there. With regard to noise, at the moment, there is some noise that comes from St Joseph's. When the kids have the noise going at 6 a.m. when they're in the gym, and I bring up the school and complain, nothing ever comes of it, and the noise continues to happen. So if we've now got a big building, is it going to be soundproofed? Because it's an enormous building and it's closer to our house. What's Joey's committed to doing about that, given they don't get back to you on gym music at 6 a.m? With regard to the sun and the shade diagrams, which we were promised but were never given, the westerly sun that we get in the afternoon when my kids play out the front of our house, that will impact them playing out the front, potentially. It will also impact their bedrooms on that side of our house. They won't get the sun in the afternoons. Again, the noise as well. What will the soundproofing be? With regard to parking, even if it's bin night, people ask, our neighbours ask, can they park in our driveway on a weekly basis because the parking's already so bad. So if we're now going to have discos on a Friday night and we're going to have 3 years of building and it's a very narrow street, is it going to become one way? What are the rules going to be around that, and what are their comments on that? There's going to be trucks, there's going to be dust. What are Joey's committing to with regard to making the parking situation and life for the residents? I can't see how it's going to be any better than it is now, which is not great. Why is it actually where it is when you've got Gladesville Road where you could build it, you've got near Augustine Street and Everard Street? Why does it actually have to be on Luke Street where it impacts residents more? I know when Shaw did the same thing a few years ago, they did it on a main road. They didn't impact any residents with a similar sort of stadium. So I'm not sure why it has to be where it is. The stormwater, what's the impact on Luke Street with that? And with the established trees, lots of developers say, oh, well, we'll just replant the trees. And then when it comes to budget time and, oh, we don't want to spend too much money on the same size trees, we'll just get the cheap ones that, take another 20 years to grow to the same size as the original ones. So what's the commitment there?
All right, there's a lot of queries there. I've got stormwater, music, shade diagrams, soundproofing, bins, the program for the site, and why it was located in that position. So I think we'll have to take...
Sure.
Just
one more thing.
Please.
It's already quite a dangerous street. People speed down there, and we've got young children. So the impact of this, I can't imagine could be any better with trucks and things like that. Do the trucks have to be on grounds in the school, or are they going to use Luke Street? What's the commitment there from the school? Thank you.
I think we're going to have to take those questions on notice, and
Sure.
I'll ask the General Manager to get in touch and see if we can deal with some of those issues in conjunction with St Joseph's College.
Yeah, because last time I asked, nothing happened.
It will happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have another speaker, Mr. Duncan Challen. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members and everyone attending here today. I'm obviously Emma's husband, and I not to repeat what she said, but I think it's important to add some perspective. My 6-year-old daughter and my 4-year-old son are 4th generation Hunters Hill. So Hunters Hill is a very special place to us. We've been embedded in the community for those 4 generations. And our investment in our house in Luke Street is really an investment in the future of our children. So I need to make sure as a parent I protect their future and make sure they can meet their aspirations and their hopes of being a member of the community in Hunters Hill, but also in the wider Australia. So as a parent, I'm here today because of my children. And I need to make sure that I protect the investment that I have made and Emma have made in our home. And my concern is that development so close to Luke Street will have an impact on the value of our land. It will interfere with our ability to enjoy and use our land. It becomes a private nuisance concern for us and for our family. During the construction phase of the development, it will also impact a very critical period in time of our young kids' development. If there's noise, if there's lack of sunlight, and all those things that are associated with construction of a major facility will have an impact on my children's ability to learn, to concentrate, and to flourish at that young age. So my request to the council is to make sure that there is no interference on our ability to enjoy and to use our land and our home, that the council gives us assurance to protect the value of our land and our investment, and that the council gives us the commitment that you put in the protections in place to minimize any of those safety, well-being impacts, which includes both health and psychological, of the development that will occur right across the street from us for a period of years. That's my request to council and to obviously the developers and other members of the community.
Thanks for your presentation. Council, is there any questions of the Cullens?
Not at this time.
Right, thank you very much. We'll take those matters on board and we'll go work through them. The next speaker we have is Miss Margaret Stewart. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here as a representative of the residents of the heritage of Hunters Hill, which is located at 35 Gladesville Road and is directly across Gladesville Road from where the new development will take place. It's a very pleasant area for us to live at the moment. There are 42 units and 50 odd residents. It's probably an unusual thing to say, but there are also something like 49 car spaces, and that's important because the residents live in a block with a car space down below, and so you have approximately 50 cars that come up and down the driveway and enter and exit directly opposite where this project is going to take place. We also have an entrance into the main part of the property, and that has about 10 car spaces for visitors. And of course that also means that we have deliveries in that area. So the point I'm making there is just in terms of toing and froing of that area. It's really quite a busy area for us at times. Now, this area also is rather lovely in terms of trees, canopies of trees, and that's very marked across the road as well, on the Gladesville Road side of the property at the moment of Joey's. And the location initially of the planned building was such that some of those very tall trees which have been there for many years and which are adjacent to the heritage listed fence were going to have to be cut back very considerably, and I'm not quite sure what the long-term future would be there. But certainly there would be quite an important aspect of the location of a noisy building versus an establishment with 50 odd people opposite, in terms of if you lost your canopy, you'd certainly gain a lot more noise. So I wanted to point out a couple of things about the development as I've been able to find out at this point. In the first instance, we were very graciously shown around Joey's and the plans by the headmaster and staff, and so that was a good opportunity. And then we looked very thoroughly at the EIS and did make a submission. Now, in addition, there's been this later move, and we haven't seen any of the data here, so we don't really know, only what we've seen in this last few days since it's been put forward for council. So first of all, I have to say that the setbacks which are being made are certainly really pleasing, but perhaps they're not quite far enough because, as has been pointed out by other people, there is a problem of trees perhaps disappearing for a considerable period of time, an unknown period of time. Secondly, there's been high production, and that's very, very useful. But there are 3 points which are important as far as we're concerned. First of all, there's the noise pollution from such a building. It was going to be an enormous problem during the construction phase, and as I say, we don't know whether that's 1 year, 2 years or 3 years. There will be, and then after that there will be the operation of the place. And if I look, having looked at what has come through in this last few days, I noticed that the noise pollution on Luke Street is fairly comparable to the noise pollution on Gladesville Road, although that hasn't been dealt with in the council documents. And I think that that's something which has to be considered very seriously. In operation, it is said that there will be louvers placed in the sports facility, and that's commendable. But I think those louvers really need to be a part of the condition of consent, rather than just louvers there which can be used when necessary, or when the college decides to use them. Rather than be condition of consent that they A, are established, and B, that they are used whenever there is at most an evening use of the facility. But perhaps that might also spread into day. And looking at one of the tables I looked at, it is likely that that facility will be used up to 14 hours in a day, which goes from early morning to late at night. Secondly, the parking is a problem at the moment in Gladesville Road, in Luke Street, and in that whole locality. It has been considered by council as a problem recently, when we asked whether there might be a possibility of an area set aside where we could have a loading zone, and council said no, on the basis that it would affect the village. And I can quite understand that, because people come there for cups of coffee and not very far down to that location. So the parking is a major problem. And the third thing is that we do also have the visual aspect. This building was very tall. It was going to be quite a marked building, and I think that probably some of those factors won't be quite as bad. Can I make one more point, please?
Move to extend, Councillor Crasso and Councillor McLaughlin. Yes.
And the one further point is that this is a state significant development, and it's to be referred to, this is what is stated, and it's to be referred to the Independent Planning Commission under the terms of the government's process. And what I would like to know is, will the Independent Planning Commission be delegated the consent authority rather than the Department of Planning? Because we do know that it would be dealt with quite differently if that's so.
All right, so perhaps so we could answer the last question. The architect perhaps can answer that question.
Yeah, the Independent Planning Commission would be the consent authority under that.
Okay, so the Department of Planning sets aside at that point then. Okay.
Right, so there are quite a few other issues you raised. I don't think we'll try to address them. We might draw it out, but I've got program plantings, parking, noise, and the issue of the louvers,
yes,
which we can, I think perhaps you don't have all the latest information, so we will find a way to share that latest information.
The latest information which I have seen and which came through in this weekend said that they were recommended, but it didn't say it was a condition of consent that the louvers A be placed there and B that they be operational for all night procedures.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, councillors? No, all good. Thank you very much. I think that's all the speakers we have on the issue. Councillors, moved Councillor Crasso, seconded Councillor Collins. Any discussion, councillors? Councillor Crasso.
If I could just make a note at point D, in the absence of Councillor Sanderson pointing out a small spelling mistake, the colour of the metal fascia. And that's the only point actually that I do feel, I quite like the colour monument. I think it's dark and recessive, but anyway, it's in there, so I'm not going to mess with it. I think that the alternative plans that St Joseph's have offered us are quite lovely in comparison to the previous plans, and they show a real effort on the behalf of the designers and the school to work with the community and to work with the council, and we appreciate you taking all that feedback on board, even though it went to the Commission first. From what I understand, if we send our letter of support, this will go to consultation again, is that correct?
By
No.
the Commission? No, they just decide on. So these people with their concerns won't have an opportunity to comment to the Commission.
This is our submission.
This,
Yes, our submission.
but to them, not to us.
To the Commission, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's good. I think it's as good as it gets. I don't want to say as good as it gets. I think it's a very nice design, and I think that a lot of your concerns, when you see the final design, are addressed. That it's a 4.5 metre setback now. The street trees aren't being removed. Substantial trees are being placed there, and council has a responsibility and a determination to not settle for small, cheap, insignificant trees. It's something we're quite passionate about, and we would follow up, but I expect the school would as well, because they have leafy grounds that they want to maintain. I think a modern, progressive, well-funded school in any suburb, if you live there, you would expect there to always be ongoing improvements, because that's how we offer the best we can to our children. I support the letter as recommended by the council.
Anybody wish to speak against the recommendation?
I won't speak against it, but I've just got a question, and may I talk
Yes.
through you, Mr. Mayor, to the architect?
Yes.
Would you consider the condition of consent of louvers?
I think it's the detail. The louvers are on the drawings and they'll be part of the scheme, but I think there's an operational management plan that's part of the proposal that if it's approved, that's how it has to operate.
Anybody wishing to speak for? Councillor Collins.
Just a question, just regarding for Luke Street, for the traffic management plan. Will there be any sort of trucks or anything going down the street, or will they all come? How are the headmaster or
Through you, Mayor, if you look at page 18, we raise the same issue, and it's basically we have issues for the particular use and during the construction. So we're asking the same question. We're not sort of we're also raising other issues of waste management, the tree types, the colour of the facade. Conservation Advisory Panel also picks up the intern gymnasium issue in the northwestern corner, and the super advanced replacement trees be provided in Luke Street as well. So in a sense, council's not rubber stamping or approving it. It's basically, it's with conditions, raising the same issues as what we heard here tonight. Just to clarify things, as Councillor Rad had major issues with the initial proposal, we lodged an objection to it. This is a response to that objection. That's why we have an opportunity to respond back. We raised issues of traffic, parking, noise and overloading during construction. There'll be a construction management plan that they have to abide by. It has to be notified. RTA gets involved, the police are involved, and there's all these other technical issues. And one of the issues will be the size of the street, the width of the street, and the impact that has on the amenity of the adjoining properties as well. They have a large site; they can use their site to pick up and drop off as well. So that's our concern, raised back to the school through the Department of Planning as well.
Anybody wishing to speak against? For?
I might just briefly, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
For?
Yeah, for.
Thank you, Councillor Collins.
Look, I'll be brief. I think the first iteration of this project was not taken very well by this council at all. But Joey's really have made an effort to really deal with the concerns that we raised. Now it's still big, and it has quite an impact on the environment, but Joey's as a school does need to be able to, I think, develop their lands, and I think this is a very good compromise. So I thank Joey's for listening to our concerns.
I'd like to speak for the proposal, and clearly it's about to pass, but I thank you for your consideration of the things raised by council in the early days. It's enormous cost to the school, which comes out of money which could be spent in other ways on the students, but it allows it to fit in with our requirements. So thank you very much. I'd like to compliment you on Joey's as a school. We have no trouble with the students from Joey's in the streets. And considering the number of students there, I'm surprised we don't. And it's a very well run, and you've kept most of the activities that you need inside the school grounds. And this is another good example of containing the impact on the community by building something inside school grounds. So congratulations. Councillors, I'll put the recommendation. Those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Then yes.
So, councillors, the item we're moving on to now is 4.1, Preferred Project Report and Submissions Report for the Hunters Hill Remediation Project 08008, numbers 5, 7, 9, 11, 13 and 15 Nelson Parade, and the foreshore areas adjacent to 5, 7, 9, 11 and 13 Nelson Parade, and the foreshore area within 5 Nelson Parade. We have a number of speakers for this matter. If I may start by saying I think this is the most significant environmental issue we have in Hunters Hill, and it's been with us for a very long time. It has psychological, financial and social impacts on our community. It affects our whole community, not just Nelson Parade. And but I'm very aware that there are some people in Nelson Parade that are impacted to a very large degree. We know there's a very simple solution to this. However, that simple solution hasn't been followed. So tonight we'll debate this. I'd ask you to be respectful. It's a very emotional issue for many people, so I just caution you to be respectful in the chamber. The proceedings are being recorded, and we'll work our way through this with you. We have a time limit for each speaker of 3 minutes. It can be extended, but I'd ask you to keep within the 3 minutes so we can work through this in a sensible way and allow time for debate. Thank you very much. The first speaker we have this evening on this issue is Mr. Richard Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, councillors, Mr. Mayor and councillors, as we're aware, September 2019 will mark the 11th anniversary of the 2008 New South Wales Parliamentary Inquiry into the former uranium smelter site at Hunters Hill. And that inquiry report made 12 recommendations related to issues from the activities of the Radium Hill Company that was active at Nelson Parade. 2019 also marks 53 years since contaminated material was found on this site. In its March 2009 response to the inquiry recommendations, the New South Wales Government agreed to undertake the full remediation of the site, including removal of all hazardous material. Here we are 10 years later with a new proposal before us, a Preferred Project Report, or PPR as it is in the business paper, to remediate the site, which includes keeping the most hazardous material encapsulated in on-site cells. Now, whilst we might wish to see the progress at last and endorse this PPR, the on-site encapsulation component of this report, I believe, cannot be accepted. It's contrary to the best practice in sustainable remediation, and it is not unreasonable for this community to expect anything less than best practice. In dealing with the material classified as hazardous, there are 4 options, from least preferable to most preferable. First of all, on-site encapsulation, as proposed in the PPR. That's the least preferable. Then there's temporary storage in an existing licensed facility off-site until a national radioactive waste repository is available. Then the next more preferable is transferring the material interstate to a licensed facility. Or the most preferable and least expensive, probably least expensive option is transferring the material to an existing licensed facility here in New South Wales. Now, this PPR is silent, or at least short, on any great detail about these more preferable options. Also, I note that the New South Wales Government is now setting a new precedent for communities across New South Wales by being selective about what can and cannot go to existing licensed facilities, based simply on local politics and community reaction, rather than on scientific analysis and fact. Sadly, we haven't had a lot of local advocacy on this local issue from our representatives. So therefore, this advocacy must come from us, from this council and this community. We cannot and should not accept this PPR in its current form, which includes Property New South Wales' preferred option for on-site encapsulation. We must call on Property New South Wales to formally commit to more preferable and best practice sustainable remediation responses to handling the hazardous waste, namely temporary storage in an existing licensed facility off-site until a national facility is available, or transferring the material interstate to a licensed facility, or, best option, transferring the material to an existing licensed facility in New South Wales. Councillors, I urge you to reject this PPR in its current form and formally request Property New South Wales to amend the PPR in line with best practice in sustainable remediation.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Councillors, are there any questions of Mr. Quinn? Councillor Collins.
Mr. Quinn, considering that we don't actually have another place to take this material, and if we were to consider the health of the residents most affected by this, would it be better to have it contained in a concrete cell, or would it be better to leave it exposed in an uncontrolled state, if those are the two options before us?
Yeah, well, I mentioned 4 options there. There are actually 4 options.
Of the two,
no, but we're only being presented what we've got before us from Property New South Wales. It's a preferred project report, so it's their preference. So I'd suggest that it's, as a community, we need to say, well, no, this is not our preferred response. There is better responses that can be had. And I think it's very important that we transfer that and pass that information on back to Property New South Wales, who are saying, well, this is what we think we prefer. Well, we need to say as a community, hang on, no, we prefer a better option for this community. And I think it's so important that we must fight hard to the end for the best possible option for this community and not accept their preference.
Okay, if I can ask the question again, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Collins.
Of the options of leaving it in an exposed, uncontrolled state, or containing it in a cell, of those 2 options, which equates to option number 1 of your least to most preferences, which is the on-site, would having it contained in a concrete structure be better than having it exposed?
Yes.
Okay. Follow-up question, if I may. Of the temporary storage, which location are you suggesting?
There are licensed facilities existing in this state and other states that can take it.
Can I have a specific facility that you have in mind?
Well, there is one in Western Sydney. There is one in Western Sydney.
Okay. Bearing in mind that we've been through that and that can't happen, do you have any other options?
It can't happen because of a policy decision, not because of the licensing arrangements of that facility. So it's simply a political policy decision that's stopping it going there.
Because the residents of Kemps Creek don't want it. Is that what you're saying?
It's a decision of the government.
Right, okay.
So it's basically a decision between that community accepting it, where there are not residents anywhere near as close as what the residents are in Nelson Parade for the same impact. You look at the curtilage around at the Kemps Creek site, it's quite massive. It equates to approximately half of the whole of the Hunters Hill Peninsula. Half of the whole Hunters Hill Peninsula is about the site area of the Kemps Creek site.
Question, if I may?
Yes, Councillor Collins.
What would you say is more important in this situation, out of the health of the residents affected or the stigma that is attached to it?
It has to be the health, number one. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, it's got to be the health of the residents. But the stigma also starts to play on health issues as well. You know, I'm talking psychological health issues. So stigma is a health issue as well. There's the physical health issues, I guess you could say, in terms of the impacts of being close to low-level radioactive material. We know that it is low-level, but there's the stigma that you speak of. That's stress. That's psychological issues.
And do you think that could potentially affect the residents of Kemps Creek that don't want to have this material delivered to them?
I would suggest far less, because they are nowhere near it compared to what the residents here in Hunters Hill are. Nowhere near it.
All right. Councillors, are there any other councillors that have any questions? Thank you. Next speaker we have is Ms. Philippa Clark. Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. I've been too anxious or something. Excuse me, Mr. Aiken. Welcome. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. I certainly acknowledge the impact the failure to remediate is having on residents, particularly the stigma impacting property values. And we all agree that council should continue to advocate for total removal of the waste. But you're hamstrung because you have no formal legal standing. There's a simple choice for council tonight. Do you support the further development of the current proposal as recommended to you by staff, or do you seek further delay or reject it outright as urged by others? Some will argue for delay, that they've not had sufficient time to consider the proposal, but they're being disingenuous. The Nelson Parade Action Group was offered an opportunity to meet with Property New South Wales after the proposal was published, but their president, Philippa Clark, declined that opportunity. Those who urge outright rejection do not offer any politically viable alternative, and they overlook the particular impact on the 3 residents with Section 10.7 notifications and the health risk from the waste being left in its current uncontrolled state. This material is not going to Kemps Creek. That is the policy of both major parties, whether we like it or not. Some will rail against that outcome, suggesting we shouldn't have a toxic waste dump in a residential area, that it's a generational issue. But this is not a case of the waste being dumped in a residential area. The waste has been here for over 100 years. And if it gives rise to any generational issue, it is for our forebears to answer for their decision to build residences on a former industrial site without ensuring proper remediation. We are the generation who inherited that legacy, and we should get on with the remediation as best we can. So the Hunters Hill Environment Action Group, which I chair, urges Council to continue to work with Property New South Wales to improve the proposal, as you've been advised and as some members may add, some people addressing you might add tonight. Importantly, the proposal allows for a switch, permitting the removal of all contaminated waste as soon as the federal repository or another appropriate disposal site other than Kemps Creek becomes available. During the most recent election campaign, our local member gave a personal commitment to support removal of all the contaminated waste in that circumstance. The proposal contemplates that government give a positive covenant, legally enforceable under the Conveyancing Act.
Are you close to finishing?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
To manage the site in accordance with its commitments. If the government could be persuaded to expand its commitments in this way, or if ultimately the IPC were to impose such a commitment as a condition of approval, the council would have a legal basis on which to act. The stigma affecting property values is long-standing and is not going to lift overnight. However, approval of the proposal on this basis will enable work to commence on the remediation straight away, and the legally enforceable commitment from government ultimately to remove all the waste should lead to alleviation of the stigma in the shortest possible time. We've achieved a lot by engaging with Property New South Wales over the last 18 months, and I encourage the council to continue in that vein. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please stay with us a moment. Councillors, are there any questions of Mr. Atkins? Councillor Collins.
You mentioned the ability to switch. Can you elaborate on that? What would that entail?
If you read the detailed report, they start off by saying that the basic remediation methodology is only to encapsulate the minimum amount of material that can't otherwise be taken to a licensed facility. So they leave open what that might be. So if another licensed facility were to become available, and they specifically call out the federal repository, then they say they would consider removal to the federal repository. That's where I'm saying we collectively should be urging that commitment to be not just consider it, but to actually do it. That facility being other than Kemps Creek, because that's been ruled out. And Property New South Wales have said to us, in fact, as recently this morning, and I was speaking to Peter Graham, he confirmed that they were looking at least 2, if not more, alternative sites. And they've often said to us, what we need to do here is get started and get the cranes on site, and you never know what might happen. The problem that's happened here, some people would urge, no, wait and get that other place licensed. The problem that's happened here is not to do with the licence on Kemps Creek. Kemps Creek's already got that licence. But once the Kemps Creek residents found out that we might be, that this waste would be going here, they blocked this approval. So those people who would urge do nothing until we've got a licensed other facility run the risk that the residents around Jones Creek, where that other facility might be, as soon as they hear the Hunters Hill waste is coming, they will run the Hunters Hill Silvertail argument that Kemps Creek's run so successfully here. So there's actually benefit, if you think about it strategically, there's benefit in getting the approval in this flexible way up and running here before we actually determine, or where they determine, where the other site is. And the important thing is we accept the political reality that it's not going to Kemps Creek. That's essentially, and I know it's easy to laugh about, but that's the reality of what's happened here.
Thank you. I think you've answered the question.
Thanks.
Very well. Councillors, any further questions of Mr. Atkins? Thank you very much. Now it's time for Ms. Philippa Clark. Thank you. Could I ask you to please try and stay to the 3 minutes?
I'll do my best. My name is Philippa Clark, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Nelson Parade Action Group. I want to talk about what's been left out of this proposal, because they've admitted vital information and presentations and in the proposal itself, which we ask you to consider. Nowhere it says that 75% of Nelson Parade residents strongly reject encapsulation, or that all residents have previously agreed on the agreed outcome of full removal. Property confirmed that only nearby residents were notified of the plan, plus 3 small advertisements, but no notification to the Hunters Hill community. Exhibitions being school holidays, our time request extension was refused, and most Hunters Hill people know nothing about this. There is no social impact statement. It does not meet requirements under the Contaminated Land Management Act. We fear it's going to make our lives worse. The cells will make the stigma permanent, Our anxiety increased, trapped in unsaleable homes. The proposal is silent on all of those impacts. They didn't admit that we will be guinea pigs, setting Australian precedent for storage of radioactive material in a residential street. This proposal has basic errors, such as tonnage, which varies from 900 to 1,800 tonnes. So if they're wrong on basic facts, what about their safety assumptions based on sampling, only based on sampling and modelling? There are no studies or sites to refer to. We've had 4 versions of radon gas management, so where's the evidence that it's safe now? Left out of the proposal, despite our endless requests. Nowhere is it stated that the level of radioactive material changes when it's encapsulated from restricted solid waste under radioactive level at the moment to hazardous level radioactive material. Only there are figures in Appendix P, which you can access. There's no mention of this plan being a first step or any future removal. It's purely speculative to see this as a 2-step proposal or to talk of long-term management plans because it's simply missing. They are simply missing from the proposal as it stands. It is naive to think you can trust the government to do something that's not in this proposal. We urge you to reject this encapsulation proposal as it stands. They should amend it and replace encapsulation with total removal to off-site storage. There's no reason for the contamination to stay here at all, and you'll hear about places that it can put it. We do know that there are places, and we do know that the government knows that there are places. They just lack the political will. The Kelly's bush battlers would be horrified. We should follow their example and fight to protect our heritage and environment. Kemps Creek protested loudly, using exactly the same objections as us, and the government backed off. They had a 500-metre buffer zone from any houses, empty space to the gate. We have
Excuse me, are you close to finishing?
Very close.
Thank you.
Where we have 600 households in that same radius. Don't mistake us, we do need remediation to happen now, but it must be the right way, not some short-term plan passing it down the road to future generations, because once it's done, we don't believe the government will come back, and it can't be forced to do so. We advocate the least disruptive remediation for the community. Simple 1-step, dig and go. No major disruption industrial project in a residential street. More noise, more trucks, wheel park potentially shut, parking space. What about Marrow Sisters? What about the kids' soccer? What's going to happen to Tai Chi and all the other activities used in that park? And then if they take it away again, how's the community going to feel then? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Could I just table 2 documents, please? Am I allowed to do that?
What other documents?
One is a petition from the residents, the Nelson Parade Action Group residents, and a summary of the...
And when was that taken?
Summarised in the last few days.
Okay.
Updated when your survey was being done.
Right.
And
do you have copies for everybody? Or?
Pardon?
Do you have copies for everybody?
I probably have enough of that.
Okay.
But the other one is the summary of our current position on this issue, which I don't have.
So if you could pass them to Councillor Williams, and we'll make sure everyone has a copy of them. Probably not time to review them at the moment.
No, I appreciate that.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor, is there any questions? Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Clark, you mentioned that this proposal shouldn't be considered as a 2-stage process whereby it could be contained and then removed. Is that?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say, or that was not what I intended to say. I said the documents do not discuss it in any way as a 2-stage process. This is not a first-step proposal. This is a permanent proposal. Only reference to future removal, as John acknowledged, is that the later government could decide to remove it, and the cells will be designed to enable that. Nothing more. This is not a stage, there's no words to do with stage 1, stage 2, step 1, nothing else like that.
But it is mentioned the potential for future off-site disposal is mentioned on page 73 of
Yeah, there's potential if a government chose to do it.
Okay.
But it has to be designed like that because they're going to have to rebuild it and then monitor it and make sure that it's safe, or, for generations. I mean, this is 1,000 years that stuff lasts.
But you do accept that it's built so it could be a two-stage process?
There's nothing in the proposal. I'm talking about what's standing before us today. There's nothing in what stands before us today that talks about a two-step proposal or a second stage or anything like that. This is what you read in all those 3,000 pages is what you get.
Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Collins.
Look, you've brought a survey here of the people that are in favour or against this proposal. What do you think about the idea that those that are most affected with contaminated material on their land, should they be given different weighting, or do you think that everybody should be treated with the same weighting for if you're right at the end of the street or whether you actually have it in your backyard?
The project site is 6 properties, and if you look at the families that are adjacent to those properties, the whole project site, you will find that the people who advocate this proposal are outweighed by the people who do not want this proposal. There are arguments. Everybody thinks that they are the worst affected by this. Quite frankly, there are some people in the street who have got cancer. There are some people in the street who have had major accidents in their family and mobility issues. There are some people growing very old and can't manage their stairs going forward. There are 2 widows who have had to leave their homes empty because they can't manage. If I can tell you, and people are private, to sit in judgment and say this person has got more effect than another is a very difficult thing for property to do, or I suggest anybody to do. We're all affected. We all have concerns. What property tells us now, repeatedly in the documents, as it stands right now, everybody is safe, and they've told us that repeatedly.
Councillors, any further questions?
I just one follow-up question on that. So, do you think it is okay for us to give weightings to different interests? Say for someone that lives.
I'm sorry. I'm one of the residents in the street. If you want to judge that my impact is less than somebody else's, I would not be very happy about that. I'm severely impacted by this and have been for 11 years.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillors, any further questions? Thank you very much. Could I remind the speakers tonight and the councillors, this is not a debate with the speaker. It's an opportunity to clarify anything that the speaker says. We shouldn't be carrying on a debate with the speaker. Does anybody have any concerns with that, councillors? Miss Judy Hedrick, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Judy Hedrick, and I was a co-convener of the public meeting in February 2018, which called on the government to act on remediation of the legacy contamination in Nelson Parade. The government has responded with the PPR, but the crucial point of disagreement in the community surrounds the proposed remediation option to encapsulate very low-level radioactive material on site. While not the preferred option, in all the prior technical reports, on-site encapsulation has been consistently included and specifically not excluded in the options recommended for further consideration. It is consistent with the EPA guidelines for remediation. The Hunters Hill community would clearly prefer that all material be removed, but this has not been able to be achieved in over 40 years since it was first identified as an issue, and in over the 10 years since the parliamentary inquiry was held and recommendations made. So we have not really achieved anything in all that time. We are talking about very low-level radioactive material, which is not dangerous or the subject of any management orders in its current state, as opposed to the material on the foreshore. Some say we should not use Residential Street as a dump. As John mentioned, the street is not being used as a dump. This material has been sitting there for over 100 years, albeit in an uncontrolled state, with specific impacts on particularly 3 residential blocks. Some say that radon gas is of concern with encapsulation. Radon gas has a half-life of no more than 4 days, after which it becomes solid. Radon gas is present and managed around the world in many residential settings. ANSTO and US experts have confirmed that encapsulation is a safe, feasible and reasonable option in this case. Recommendation 10 in the New South Wales Government response to the 2008 parliamentary inquiry included a strategy for on-site containment, in quotes, if another disposal location was not available. So it was contemplated in those recommendations. The government has chosen not to use a number of sites, as already mentioned, for political and economic reasons. In response to the criticism that these decisions are purely political, it is a fact. That is the system of government within which we are operating. The government owns the site, they'll be paying for the remediation, and they have the capacity to choose what form that remediation takes, as long as the relevant regulatory standards and approvals are met. The government has advised in committee meetings that it continues to actively seek an alternative disposal site and that the radioactive material will be able to be moved either before or after encapsulation occurs, should a viable site become available. While community opinion remains divided on the encapsulation, I do know that many members of the community believe that doing nothing is not a reasonable option, and further delay when we can actively engage with the government to finally remediate the site is not acceptable. Further delay is not acceptable. Rejection of this proposal provides no other existing pathway for remediation to occur. The residents who live immediately adjoining the site deserve a certain, safe and achievable outcome. I urge the Council to support the PPR and give hope to those residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Just stay with us for a moment, please. Councillors, any questions on that presentation? Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Mr. Michael Winter. Could I ask you, Mr. Winter, to try and stay to the 3 minutes?
I assure you are.
Thank you very much.
In 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I didn't know that I would be called so early, but it probably is very suitable. One of the things that has been suggested is an amendment to the proposal from the government involving a covenant. Covenant's a rather grand word, and it could entice people into thinking that it is rather more powerful than it actually is. A covenant can have as many loopholes as any other agreement. So I don't think we should give it too much weight. However, if there were a covenant that provided in some way or other for the removal of the material at some future date upon the action of the council, while the council of today might take some action, there is absolutely no assurance that the council of another day would take some action. There could be many reasons why in 5 or 7 years' time the council doesn't want to activate such a covenant. Furthermore, we all know that the state government can and does put a lot of pressure on councils, and I think you would find that if the state government was not particularly keen on spending more millions of dollars rearranging something they'd already spent millions of dollars on, they would put a lot of pressure on the council of the day to go quietly on the issue. I can conceive that in a few years' time we might have a Labor government, and it might be that when faced with the proposition from the council that they should now spend millions of dollars on further remediation of a site, the remediation of which they could blame as being just a Liberal Party folly of the past, they would probably find a way of not activating it. At the end of the day, the sovereign state of New South Wales could legislate to dispose of the covenant. I think that you would probably find a Liberal Party, if circumstances were such, that would also find reasons for not activating the covenant, because they could easily give the excuse that circumstances have changed and millions of dollars have already been spent and the government of this day can't afford to do it and we're not going to do it. They would find ways of putting bureaucratic obstacles in the way of the activation of the covenant. Yes, I am almost finished. And if they didn't, as I say, it's open to the state government to nullify the covenant anyway. I think that the idea of the covenant is a means of enticing the council and the councillors to make a terrible mistake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to stay with us just a moment? Would you stay with us just for a moment, please?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Councillors, are there any questions? Thank you, Mr. Winter.
Thank you.
The next one is Mr. Ian Rothwell. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this item. My name's Ian Rothwell, and with my wife Kylie and our three boys, we've lived in 2 Gladstone Avenue, and it's a property directly opposite. We've got the largest street frontage in Nelson Parade. It's also a heritage property, both the building and the walls that surround it. And we've lived there since May 2007. So our lives in Hunters Hill have pretty much been entirely adversely affected by the impact. And it's really been awful. It's been something that we've not been able to escape. And like all those that are directly associated with the site itself, we seek immediate resolution for the health and safety of us and our families. It's a long-standing issue. Accordingly, we provide conditional support for the PPR and Council Officer's recommendation. Our first experience with the contamination on this site happened in late 2007 when we had a newspaper reporter on our doorstep. And they asked the question, what was it like living opposite radioactive waste? And this was first of many of those sort of encounters. In 2008, under Philippa Clark, we formed NPAG, and for 10 years we fought to see a resolution of this matter. I think at the time we didn't realise how intractable it was, but we also didn't realise at that time that this was already an issue that was more than 30 years old. The original environmental assessment undertaken by Property New South Wales was at the end of 2008, and as people have mentioned, that original proposal was for this material to go to Kemps Creek. Late in 2010, that had hit the headlines, and that headline was disgraceful, but nonetheless it was attractive to the public. It was the wealthiest harbourside suburb trucks and dumps its waste in Penrith. That was the headline. And not long thereafter, the candidate Tanya Davies, who was running for the seat of Mulgoa, took up the issue, and I'd worked with Tanya Davies for 10 years. She's a good friend and she's a good person. I rang Tanya and I said, Tanya, how can you misrepresent this situation? This doesn't offer, it's not the dangers that you say that exist. And she said she had no choice. The Labor candidate she was facing was using the issue, and that if she was to be elected, she had no choice but to oppose the waste being sent out there. And of course, today we have the identical position by both political parties. That is that the waste will not go to Kemps Creek.
Are you close to concluding?
Yes. I should say that this binds the future of the low-level radioactive waste. It means that there is there is no alternative for where this waste should go. For me, the lesson out of that is that good people can do harmful things if they believe they're acting for the greater good. I think we are now at a time where we have a government that is willing to act. We have a detailed proposal in the PPR. It's not perfect, but it can be refined. And if the waste is to leave the boundaries of Hunters Hill, it requires a community that is willing to accept that waste. And today, as we stand here, that does not exist. The issue has been plagued by misinformation. It started in Mulgoa. It's continued, unfortunately, with NPAG. As I said, good people sometimes do harmful things.
Councillors, would you like to extend? Councillor Collins?
Sorry,
I don't have anybody else willing to extend, so can I ask you to wrap up very quickly?
Councillor McLaughlin.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Well, just quickly.
Sorry, I'll wrap up. Actually yesterday, there was a community meeting opposing the PPR, and I was fortunate to be there, and I was fortunate to hear Barry Buffier, a local resident, former chairman and chief executive of New South Wales EPA, and he confirmed 5 really important points which I want to make. The first is that the PPR is comprehensive.
You're running out of time. Look, I'm really sorry, but if 5 points take another 5 minutes.
No, they won't.
Be quick.
Okay.
Please.
Despite its loose drafting, the PPR is comprehensive. It's not perfect, but it can be amended through the planning process. Currently, there is no approved alternative site, and the PPR allows for long-term removal of the waste. And post undertaking of the PPR, the Hunters Hill community is healthier and a safer place. I urge councillors to support the PPR and council's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please stay with us. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Cressler.
Just want to thank you. Where in the PPR does it allow for long-term removal of the waste?
As John Atkins says, the PPR allows for there to be, it talks about an alternative location. It talks about the opportunity to send it to an alternative location.
It doesn't commit to it. I'm just curious if I've misread. Yeah.
Not commit. No.
It doesn't commit to.
No.
Thanks, Councillor.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I need to ask you to try and stick to the 3 minutes. We can extend your time, but I'd like you to try and stick to the 3 minutes. The next speaker we have is Mr. Barry Buffier. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Mayor and councillors and ladies and gentlemen, and I will stick to the 3 minutes. I think Property New South Wales has made good progress in better understanding the site, the characteristics of the material and the logistics of excavating and removal of material. And importantly, it shows that it is suitable to dispose at a facility such as Kemps Creek, which takes restricted solid waste. However, encapsulation, in my opinion, is the 4th best option, if you count Kemps Creek as the best option. And Mr. Quinn's already enumerated this. The 2nd best option, in my opinion, is disposal interstate. There are sites available interstate which can take restricted solid waste, and restricted solid waste goes to Queensland now. There's no shortage of sites. Property New South Wales dismissed interstate disposal very lightly, and they stated the reason as being the New South Wales government determined the material would not go to Kemps Creek. Now, this is a complete non sequitur, got nothing to do with interstate. There is a facility being developed in WA, as Ian acknowledged. If you Google Tillis Holdings, you will see that they have most of the approvals already in place to take waste from interstate, and in the first quarter of next year they expect to have approvals from the WA Radiation Council to take low-level radiation waste interstate. So there are options available. The 3rd best option, which they also dismiss lightly, is the short-term storage of material pending the development of the National Radioactive Waste Management Repository. There are currently 269 sites in New South Wales which hold radioactive waste. Admittedly, different volumes, smaller quantities but generally much more radioactive material. So short-term storage is not unknown. The whole of Lucas Heights is short-term storage for a national repository. The fourth best option is encapsulation. Options 2 and 3, interstate and short-term off-site storage, are likely to be faster and cheaper than the on-site encapsulation, substantially so. The PPR, in my opinion, should be amended so that in addition to the 800 tonnes, which are already going to be taken off-site as general solid waste, so the PPR does a good service in terms of saying, here's how we would manage this, here's the infrastructure, here's how we'd set up the crane, here's how we'd move material in and out, does that very well. What they need to do now is take the 912 tonnes of material which is due to be encapsulated on site and take it off site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions of Mr. Buffett? Councillor Crasso first.
Mr. Buffier, I know you have a lot of experience to offer. How do you, one of the points that property made to us at a recent meeting was that anywhere much further away than Kemps Creek wasn't viable to transport the waste. Can you help me understand how we could get it to Western Australia if property is saying they can't take it any further than Kemps Creek where they're not going to take it?
Well, I would if Property in New South Wales would provide some costings, but you can imagine yourself, on-site encapsulation is a very, very expensive option. Putting 900 tonnes on a train and getting it to WA does not cost a king's ransom.
So it's just a cost issue, it's not a safety issue, it's just a cost issue, is that what you think?
This type of material is being transported all the time. There's restricted solid waste goes to Kemps Creek every day, it goes to Queensland. The transport issue, if it's, we know that the material on site is not acutely toxic. Okay? We'll know that. That's why the proposal is to encapsulate it. Now, encapsulation is an option, but it's a very poor option.
Councillor Collins.
You said that the encapsulation option is the most expensive. Are you saying it would be more expensive to encapsulate?
I'm saying it would be more expensive than interstate or temporary off-site storage.
With the initial stages of this project, which is to excavate it and sort it, would that process be similar to ultimately moving it? So what I'm saying is if we were to go along the line and get things moving and a facility became available, if a facility became available once the excavation had commenced, wouldn't it be in the government's best financial interest to move it anyway to a facility?
Yes, it would, but I would say that that's Plan B as you're presenting it. That should be Plan A, with Plan B being if everything else fails, you then encapsulate. I mean, the preferred option should be to get rid of it.
Councillors, any further questions? Councillor McLaughlin.
Just picking up that point, if it's far cheaper to send it to an interstate facility, then why aren't they offering that as the far cheaper option?
Right, well, I didn't say it was far cheaper, but I said I believed it would be cheaper because encapsulation is a very expensive operation. I don't know. It's not my PPR, so I don't know.
But it is perplexing, isn't it?
It is.
Councillors, any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. Kathy Franklin. Welcome, Kathy.
So I know I've got 3 minutes, I've got to be fast. In the late 1990s, our family of 5 were living in a 2-bedroom semi, and with no luck at auctions, my parents, Perry and Rosemary Manusa, suggested we buy their spare block, and when we were sick of living next door, they'd downsize and move. Unfortunately, by the time they needed to move, the remediation circus had started. As my dad's health deteriorated, the situation became dangerous. Eventually, the medical system intervened and prevented my dad from going home after a respite stay. This was heartbreaking for my mum. Her husband of 50 plus years couldn't go home, partly because their house was so inappropriate for an elderly couple. My mum is constantly worried that she'll become a burden on us if she can't sell. We just want to be a normal family. We want to invite you and your children over for a barbecue in the backyard and some footy, but we can't because NPAG's headlines like no radioactive waste in Sydney Harbour and all these things make it impossible. It hurts everyone in Hunters Hill, and this material actually is in our backyard. We have a radon gas issue due to the material on the government sites, and 10 years ago, under advice from EPA and Property New South Wales, we put in a temporary fix of 3 fans that run 24/7, causing massive electricity bills. ANSTO even supervised the plumber fixing our broken sewer. Nothing was found, but the fear stays with you. Every visitor asks, what's happening next door? Is it safe? Hasn't it been fixed yet? What aren't you being told? Would you let your children come to our place for a sleepover? Would you house sit? We worry about our children. Will there be medical consequences? What are we putting them through? We've trusted the government when they've told us everything's okay, but have we been misguided? This adds to my parents' guilt. We endure an ongoing campaign of misinformation and scare, but continually ask why we're going against the council in the street. Why would we support something so unsafe? We've been told NPAG have lodged a street petition with the government to stop the PPR, with 16 households in support, 6 against and 2 unknown. But we know at least 4 households, including ourselves, that have never seen the petition. Is it carelessness or fraud? Either way, it's incorrect. We continually face this sort of behaviour. Opponents say contaminated material shouldn't be stored in a residential street, but the material is actually already in the street. It's on 6 contaminated blocks. If it's dangerous in an ANSTO EPA-approved cell after half the material has been removed, how can it be safe uncontained in our backyard? We support the PPR as a win-win solution for the Hunters Hill community, achieving a timely remediation, elimination of the health and stigma, and design for easy later removal. If the PPR isn't passed, any new off-site solution would require a new submission process and the support of the receiving community, risking it becoming another Kemps Creek. The issue is not finding an alternate storage solution.
Can I ask, are you close to...
Yeah, just that.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
The issue is getting a receiving community to accept the material. For the objectors, there's no downside. Unlike us, their land had already been remediated. They have clear Section 10(7) certificates and they can sell. Whilst NPAG are happy for my family to continue this burden, it's a burden we can no longer shoulder alone, and we ask the council, the community and the street to help us move forward. We would request the councillors to put themselves in our position when considering this vote. Rosemary cannot go on like this. She deserves your support.
Thank you very much. Councillors, there are some questions of Ms Franklin. Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Mr Stephen McGlynn. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. You've been given a recommendation there to accept encapsulation, which I have read. I can't cover it all in 3 minutes, but a couple of issues. It's been put to us that this whole process is multiple steps. Now, that's not the case. Property New South Wales has consistently put in one proposal, and it's for the cells to go in. We've asked them at a number of the residents' meetings whether they consider looking at this alternative. Here's one question: are the residents are prepared to accept on-site encapsulation as a temporary solution? Is the New South Wales Government or Property New South Wales prepared to enter into an agreement with the residents of Nelson Parade requiring ultimate removal of all contaminated material? Answer from them: this is one of our meetings. Property New South Wales cannot commit, but they can present to government as a possible option. So Property's been asked repeatedly in the last 12 months about considering relocating later, and they've rejected it. So I'm not quite sure why this is popping up. Other issue about the transport in terms of distance. I've looked at the documentation, particularly internationally. there's quite a lot of rules and regulations about moving radioactive material, irrespective of its strength. Now, distance is not one of them, but it stipulates how you pack it, how you put it on the train or the truck, but there's no stipulation. Once it's on the truck, you can take it 10 kilometres or you can take it to the moon. The only stipulation is on the moon, you need to take it off in the correct procedure. So this whole issue of, here's from your documents, none of the waste facilities were within reasonable vicinity of the project site. I mean, that's just nonsense. These things in Europe are travelling large distances all the time. Back to the original thing, this whole thing started by sort of the stigma that was existing in Nelson Parade, and that's to do with the contaminated sites there, perceptions of risk, alienation, and it seemed every time the media got involved, and they did, our situation just got worse. It got to the point now where homes cannot be sold, and as someone put it, we're prisoners of the street. Stress levels are quite noticeable. What worries me here is the very material we want to get rid of, which is the radioactive material, is the very material the PPR is suggesting stay. There's no guarantee if it stays on site that it actually resolves the stigma problem at all. So there is a possibility here it could be encapsulated and okay.
Mr. McGlynn, are you close to?
Close to, yep. We still have the problem. I've looked at the environmental issues, they don't stack up. Site suitability is hopeless, and this is well documented by ANSTO, flat, away from population, away from water, away from the water table. This site doesn't tick any of them. So I'd like you to reject the proposed PPR.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions of Mr. Miller? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker we have is Mr. Andrew Franklin. Welcome, Andrew. Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. You can call me Andrew, Mark, that's fine. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. I strongly urge Council to vote in favour of the PPR. We currently have the contaminated soil in an uncontrolled, uncontained state in our street. By accepting the PPR, we provide an immediate solution to that problem. We get a lot of it removed, a lot of the worst contaminants removed, and we get some contaminated on site, which is better than what we have now. This provides an immediate and significant improvement to the lives of our family and the residents of Nelson Parade and the community more generally. It's already been mentioned that the material can be moved to a future site if and when that becomes available. This has always been the problem with this. Where does it go and when does it go there? There is still no certainty as to when that's going to happen. This causes me an enormous amount of concern and an enormous amount of stress. For me, the particularly scary part of this is what happens if this PPR is not supported and is in fact lost, if it's rejected. What does that mean? Where do we go from there? This is a potentially devastating result. We know that there is only one site in respect of which there's a management order on, which is the foreshore. It is extremely easy for the government to remediate the foreshore site, comply with the management order and walk away from the residential sites. That would be a very easy thing for them to do, and that leaves us nowhere. It leaves us at step one. So for me, I don't want to be part of that. I don't want that to be the legacy that I leave my children, my grandchildren. I want to be something, a part of a solution, part of positive steps to remediate these sites. I don't want to get in a league table as to who is the worst affected and who is the least worst affected. That is extremely disrespectful to everybody in the street to even suggest that. I'll leave it to the people who have to make the decision on this as to the impacts that this is having on different residents in the street. I have a great deal of sympathy for everybody in the street and the impact that this is having on them. Factually, we border on 2 of the contaminated sites. Nobody else does. We have contaminated soil on our block. We have radon gas in our house. We have 3 generations of our family being affected by this nightmare. We have my mother-in-law, Kathy's mum, who lives next door to us. Kathy and our children all live in our house. We have 3 generations here now. We have notations on our title. Kathy's mother, Kelly's battler, raised earlier, who will speak soon. She's lived with this longer than anybody else. And my father-in-law, Rosemary's mum, Kathy's dad, my kid's grandfather, died in 2007 with this unresolved. And yes, like everybody else, sorry, Mayor, I am like 2 seconds away.
Thank you.
And like everybody else, we do suffer the mental anxiety and the mental stress. We suffer from the stigma and we suffer from the loss of our property prices. Rather than condemn our family to an uncertain future where there is no site in place and there is an indefinite timeline for this to occur, I urge the Council to support the PPR, and I would also urge the Council to make such amendments or improvements as they see fit, including improvements to try and secure the ultimate removal of the site to ultimate removal of the material to an off-site facility. Thank you very much. Sorry I went over time.
No trouble. Councillors, are there any questions of Mr. Franklin? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillors.
The next speaker we have is Ms. Anne Rossetti. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. Excuse me, I don't speak very well because I've got braces. I completely support everyone who has objected to the proposal, and so I will not repeat anything try not to repeat anything that they have said. Something that was raised by Mr. Atkins, I would like to talk about that. I do oppose Mr. Atkins' proposal and submission, urging the Council to support the preferred project on the basis that there could be some agreement between Council and Property New South Wales. I don't support encapsulation, and I think it's best for the whole community. I think it's best for the street, and I think it's best for my family. Now, getting back to the submission by Mr. Atkins, I don't believe that I don't trust the government for a start. I don't believe that they even if they agree to enter into an agreement with Council, that any such agreement will be enforceable. Mr. Atkins has mentioned to me about a covenant under Section 88 of the Conveyancing Act. I don't think he mentioned it tonight, but he was going to mention it, and I just want to make sure that it is known that that covenant or that section of the Act is outside the intention of that Act is outside such a proposal. The intention of Section 88E is, for example, where a council wants something done on land by an owner, and it's the most usual situation is where a developer comes on buys a property and wants to develop the land, and the council uses a covenant to get what the council wants done on the land. So any suggestion that council can enter into an agreement with Property New South Wales under that section, I would submit is not going to be enforceable. It will be invalid. The other reason it's not enforceable is because it's very difficult to have terms of an agreement that are enforceable. The government has done nothing to move the waste to another site. Even though they've had, there's been plenty of sites that have been suggested to council.
Are you close to completing?
Yes.
Could you? Could I ask you to just summarise the rest quickly for us?
Yes. Basically, I would submit that it is fanciful to think that the government can enter into an enforceable agreement with council, and I don't believe that any agreement, contract, deed, or any such instrument is enforceable, and therefore I don't believe the government is going to move the waste to another site at any time. And I think we'll be stuck with the encapsulation if it goes ahead, and they will never move it to another site.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions?
Oh, sorry.
Are there any questions, Councillor?
Yes, please answer the question.
Thank you very much.
No? Okay.
The next speaker is Ms. Rosemary Manissa. Welcome.
Good evening. This is way past my bedtime, but my name is...
It might be past mine.
We might sneak out together. My name is Rosemary Manissa and I've lived in Nelson Parade for 54 years. We bought our home with no idea of any contamination and we thought we were living in paradise. The New South Wales Health Commission's letter dated the 17th of the 1st, 1978 advised us our property was contaminated, but promised to clean it up at no cost to landowners. 1994 government letter advised us our property was not contaminated, which we foolishly believed, and sold number 13 to our daughter Kathy and Andrew Franklin. 2007 government's letter advised us that number 13 and 15 were contaminated. We were devastated. It was an untenable situation, and even worse, feelings of absolute guilt over putting another family, especially with young children, in this untenable situation. Over the past 41 years, we have suffered the effects of owning a contaminated property. Family business wanted to set up a first in Australia facility, but we couldn't borrow against our supposed best asset. We were devastated and frustrated. And then when you can't maintain your house and furniture, etc., you learn to ignore or just not to see what needs to be done. You become embarrassed by and ashamed of your home. When Perry's health declined, we were unable to downsize to a single-storey, no-steps house. And when he could no longer live at home, I was devastated and panic-stricken and ended up having to borrow money from family to buy a place in a nursing home. Now that was the most devastating situation I have ever been in. Just try to imagine what goes through your mind when faced with a beloved husband who can't do anything for himself and you aren't strong enough to look after him. Now I am on my own. I'm worried about my future and being able to maintain my independence. What I need now is acceptance of this proposal to clean up Nelson Parade. I need this action to start now because I don't have another 10 or more years to wait, and my family need to live in a healthy, fume-free environment. Has anyone considered what will happen to Nelson Parade if this proposal is rejected by the community? Do you want that area of Nelson Parade kept behind that high, ugly fence for the next 10 plus years? And what would you do if it was your family living next to the fume-emitting number 11 Nelson Parade? Would you still be talking about how dangerous the certified encapsulated cell would be for the residents and even your grandchildren in years to come? But what about those currently living with these completely uncontained fumes? How can it be safer for the current residents of Nelson Parade to have this uncontained, contaminated, free in the street rather than in a certified encapsulated cell? And I've done it under 3 minutes.
Well done. Thank you very much. It must be a very difficult situation. We're going to have a great deal of empathy for your situation. I really do.
Thank you.
Council, are there any questions? Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Bill Ryle. Doctor, excuse me, Doctor.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, I worked in the area of contaminated land for the past 25 years. For 10 of those years, I was a site auditor accredited by the EPA, signing off on remediation projects that had been completed so sites could be beneficially used. In 2008 to 2010, I was engaged by the then New South Wales State Property Authority to advise them on the best remediation method for the Nelson Bay contamination. We came up with a very good solution, which, as we've heard tonight, was not able to be implemented. In my view, though, it's still the best solution. The PPR relies upon the RAP, the Remediation Action Plan, that's prepared by Golders in May of this year. This document has got a lot of difficulties with it, and I think it's probably not a particularly good document. Its flaws relate to not proper evaluation of the social impacts of the site according to the principles of sustainable remediation. The social impacts to the community will be huge from the installation of the cells on the site. These cells are quite massive facilities. They will be more than 10 metres deep into the sandstone. There'll be certain noise, 100%. There'll be very large amounts of vibration. The vibration almost certainly will give impact to some of the houses nearby, to the structural integrity of those houses, in much the same way that the West Connects has affected many houses. The Council also seeks to rely upon a letter from State Planning Services in making their determination. This letter report to Council is the one that I've seen is in draft form, therefore can't be relied upon because who knows how it's going to be finalised. This letter also introduces the idea that there's almost some certainty that if encapsulation takes place on the site, that the government then will come back at a later time and remove the site. In my experience with the government, that's not very likely to happen. The basis for saying that is a number of remediation programs that I'm familiar with that the EPA has been responsible for. The biggest issue with it too is also the size of the cells. The cells have been designed by a company called Partridge Structural, very well-known former structural engineers. They're too small, unfortunately, to take the contamination that's going to be placed in them. The RAP states there's 760 cubic metres of contaminated soil to go in the cells. That's 760 metres of in situ soil. When soil is excavated, it bulks up. So 1 cubic metre of excavated soil will be more than 1 cubic metre of stockpiled soil by something like 20 to 30%. So that adds up to about 900 cubic metres. The cells have been designed to take 760 cubic metres. So the RAP is defective in this manner.
Mr. Ryle, move to extend the Councillor Lachlan, Councillor Williams. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I can talk all night on this. So the RAP's got some significant issues. It hasn't properly considered the sustainable remediation principles that it's required to do. There's some fundamental flaws in the design of it, and the letter that Council seeks to, advice that Council seeks to rely upon is unreliable in my respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ryle. Councillors, are there any questions of Dr. Ryle? I have a question about the vibration. I've heard you speak of this as recently as yesterday.
Yep.
Can you just tell us a little bit more about the vibration?
Well, the cells will be constructed into sandstone bedrock, and people who live next to developments where basement car parks have been established will be familiar with the way that these things are excavated by some kind of hydraulic hammer. The vibration energy passes along the strata of the sandstone and shakes, basically shakes adjacent buildings, and is known, and my own house is affected by structural faults from basement excavations near my home, which is also on Hawkesbury sandstone. But that's a very real possibility. And the other aspect to consider too is that this remediation work is slated to take 13 months. That's not my understanding of the situation. When I was advising state property. I think it will take quite a bit longer than that. It'll be very socially invasive. The best alternative, in my opinion, is the one that we established in 2010 to excavate this material and take it to a site. As we've heard tonight, and I've also heard, that sites are becoming available now. Things are starting to move, mostly prompted by the slowness of the federal government with their radiation waste management facility being delayed. But commercial facilities are likely to be available very soon.
Thank you very much. We have one more question. Councillor Collins.
Do you see a possibility that if a facility was to become available in the next, 18 months or 2 years, and we did undertake this proposal, would we be further along and be able to get the material out faster if we'd actually commenced or not?
No.
And why is that?
Far simpler to excavate the material from close to the surface than in the cell. And the cell, remember, the cell is carved into the sandstone bedrock, but inside that cell is essentially a clay-covered box, 250mm box of clay in which the contamination is placed. This has to be broken open to get out because they'll excavate it with some kind of grab bucket, which can much easily be done in the open areas of the sites as they are now.
What if I may, a follow-up question, if it hadn't actually been contained in a concrete cell yet, and the process had begun where it been, the planning, the approvals had taken place, the consultation, excavation had begun, or about to begin, would there be potential for the project to just pivot and instead of going ahead with the encapsulation to moving it to one of these facilities that just pop up, which they may very well in the next sort of 18 months?
The project would not be commenced without the approvals already in place.
Beg your pardon? Sorry.
The project no one would undertake commencement of the project till approvals to move the material to a facility had been already put in place. Is that not? I'm sorry, maybe.
So are you talking about another approval?
Approval to take the material to a receiving site.
Okay, and how long would it actually, in your experience, if this was to pass tonight, how long until you expect that there'd be cranes and diggers on site to actually?
When could work start?
Yeah, when realistically, with the process that you can see ahead of it.
Possibly half a year, something like that.
6 months.
It takes quite a while to get everything in place and all of the EPA requirements, because remember it fronts the Parramatta River, so there are special requirements of the EPA, same as we had cleaning up Homebush Bay, very stringent requirements to the EPA not to pollute those waters. So it takes quite a while.
Six months.
So.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Any questions, councillors? Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Ryan.
Thank you.
Councillor Collins,
yeah, can I have a question of through the mayor to the general manager, and then to whoever. My understanding is that the process to actually start excavating would be a little bit further off than 6 months. I think we were advised at council. So, do you have a rough idea, sort of?
Property New South Wales, in their briefing through you, Mayor, have indicated start the project. It'd be an 18-month delivery time project. Take 18 months.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Councillor Williams.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, question through you to the General Manager. We've just been talking about a situation where things would start in 6 months or whatever, if Council made its decision tonight. My understanding is we're not the decision-making body. It still has to go through quite a lengthy process and end up in the IPC, the Independent Planning Commission, before anything can be done. So could the General Manager, through you, Mr. Mayor, explain what are the following processes from here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. what I understand is that as part of this process, the Department of Planning are seeking feedback, which is part of the basis of this report tonight. That will then go through the Independent Planning Commission, the IPC, and they anticipate that being early next year. They'll then consider the proposal, determine what conditions may apply to the proposal, if it's supported or not supported, and then, assuming it is supported, then Property New South Wales will commence their works, so site establishment and then undertaking the remediation works. So what the Director of Development was explaining was that once...
Just leave it with us just for a moment. I'll come back to you.
Once a determination's made, assuming it is approved, then looking at an 18-month, approximately 18-month. They have explained it is a labour-intensive process because of the site auditor's involvement along the way with EPA and ANSTO.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you, realistically, we're talking about maybe this time next year to get any approval, if approval is given, by the time you go through iterations of discussions, possibly a public inquiry held by IPC, and then you run an 18 months. So we're looking about a 3-year hence, if this is agreed to by the IPC, to come to fruition. Is that a reasonable estimate?
I don't know about 3 years.
18 months. 18 months. March of next year. As the advice we got from them is, like the General Manager said, anticipated next year quarter, like a March possible approval, and then works kicking off from there for 18-month construction project of 18 months.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Dr. Ryle, could I just check with you? I think the question you answered was, if the material was to be moved off-site, how long would it take before that removal could commence? Is that correct? And I think your answer was 6 months, which is a different question altogether.
No, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question, if that's the impression you got. The planning process has to be gone through as outlined by General Manager. That's going to take a long period of time, not too dissimilar to the process we went through at Barangaroo. Very similar, different contaminants, but similar properties. Once all those approvals are given, then the project must obtain approvals to carry out works on the site. They must have the construction environmental management plan certified by the EPA, by DPI, and other government departments. That will take another period, indeterminate, but some months. And now the 6 months that I was talking about is then, and I said nobody will start the construction works on the site until all those approvals are in place, but all the planning approvals are in place, but they have other approvals to get to. Approvals to transport the material to the receiving site. The receiving site needs approvals, and that will take another period, which could be up to 6 months.
Good. Thank you for clarifying.
Can I ask my question?
Councillor Collins.
Clarify my question then. What I was getting at is that if it turns out that there won't actually be any, assuming this goes through tonight, and I'm not suggesting that it will, and it goes through the Independent Planning Commission and all approvals and boxes are ticked, the soonest it would seem that any excavation would take place would be 18 months from now. And my question is, if we were to say in 18 months from now, before anything has actually been dug up, and then all of a sudden a facility becomes available, would we not be in a better position to actually pivot the whole project and then move it to that facility that becomes available, and would it be cheaper too?
I think there's no savings at all. Well, it certainly wouldn't be cheaper because you've already constructed the cells, as I understand it.
Sorry, what?
No cells?
Maybe I'm not being clear. I'm suggesting that if the actual construction has, the cell hasn't been constructed, no digging has taken place, nothing has happened, but all the paperwork has been done, which I understand is going to be an 18-month process minimum. Assuming we're at that 18-month mark and we're about to send a digger on site to get things moving, if a facility pops up that can take this, would we not be in a better position to pivot the whole project and then just forget about the cells and send it off-site to this?
I don't understand what you mean by pivot the project.
If a new facility becomes available, as you suggested, that increased probability of that happening.
Yes.
So if 18 months' time, before anything's actually happened, one of these facilities has popped up, would we be in a better position to then move it to the facility than we would be if we did nothing for the next 18 months?
I think you would, because it's going to be quicker, it's going to be cheaper, because once the economies of scale start to click in, these things can be done very quickly. The big, and there's less social impact, of course, with many trucks, taking excavated sandstone and soil from the site. So I think that
I'm sorry, Dr. Wright, I think
Councillor, I think it might be better to stop it there. Okay. We're not really in a debate. It's just, I think you've answered the question. We've tried a few times to clarify it.
Yeah,
but thank you very much. I'm not sure we got to the bottom of it, but we can try in debate. The next question, the next speaker we have is Mr. David Morgan. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to address, and thank you for your consideration to listen to us all tonight, and your consideration to listen to us over the past year and to understand what's a really difficult issue for everybody in this room. I'm David Morgan, and with my wife Rowena and our 2 young daughters, we live at number 1 Nelson Parade and have owned our property for close to 20 years. We're largely not impacted by the contamination in the street. We don't see it, we don't drive by it, we have no plans to sell our property in the short term, we have no plans to sell our property in the long term. We're more on the dispassionate and objective end of the resident barometer. That said, we have absolute sincere sympathy for all the residents, whether they're opposed to the encapsulation or whether conditionally supporting the PPR. We are clear that we fit into the group that conditionally supports the PPR. Our reasoning for this: Rowena and I are both corporate people. We've been employed in global roles for several of the world's largest organizations: Procter & Gamble, Johnson & Johnson, Samsung, Citibank, Nestle, for over 55 years between us. As a large part of our corporate roles, it's been in crisis management. Hopefully you've forgotten most of the work that we've done in Australia because we don't want you to remember it. But we've done it for businesses like Listerine, Nan Infant Formula, Kit Kat, Blackmores, and more recently 1 or 2 of the banks have needed to reset. Safety is the greatest reward for crisis management, and anonymity is the second best reward. We're trained in crisis management, and Nelson Parade is a crisis that has festered for decades, and we've heard that again and again tonight. There are 4 fundamental steps, if you manage crises, to resolve a crisis. The first step is safety first. You have to make everybody safe. Stop the root cause of the crisis immediately. The second step is develop a plan to remediate and not to repeat. The third step is align stakeholders, and the fourth step is deliver the plan rapidly to build confidence. For Nelson Parade, step 1, safety first, was not delivered in the first instance over 50 years ago and many times since. As we've heard tonight, there are 2 residences that continue to be impacted on a daily basis by loose contaminated material on their properties, threatening their safety, and with the consequences that, unlike the vast majority of residents in the rest of the street, they have no ability to sell their homes and live their lives with the dignity of choice. How can we all, everyone in this chamber, accept that their health and their dignity is irrelevant or inconvenient compared to our own agendas? Sure, we all want the best possible price for our homes, but 2 families have unique circumstances threatening their health and denying their right to live their lives the way they choose. There's a plan to help them.
Mr. Morgan, I've got to move to extend Councillor Collins, Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you. There's a plan to help them. It's a simple plan. Put the uncontained, contaminated material, the stuff that's loose, that's on their properties, in a box. 2 boxes. And then from those 2 boxes, when the conditions are right and the commitments have been made, move it from the 2 boxes to a permanently off-site place, which is what we all want. It's a good plan because it's meeting the objectives of the street. It's removing the currently uncontrolled loose contaminated material. What's also good about this plan is it's got contingency built into it that allows it to go off-site. If it doesn't go within 18 months, we can conditionally, with the council, as per the covenant discussion, put leverage over the future government obfuscation. Versus 18 months ago, when we had nothing, we've come a long way, and that's a pretty good plan. And everybody in this room, whichever side of the debate they're on, has contributed to that. And we should be proud of ourselves that we as a resident group have made something happen when council couldn't, when government couldn't, when government bodies couldn't. We as a resident community managed to do that. But we've left behind the Rothwells and we've left behind Rosemary Manusa. These people don't have the ability to live their lives with dignity of choice. They have a daily safety issue, and I think it's incumbent on all of us to solve that. First and foremost, safety first. I think the council has three choices to consider in doing that and helping us. Helping Kathy and helping Andrew and helping Rosemary and their families. You can abstain. You can sit back and say, well, I'm going to vote on this. Kick the can down the road, make it somebody else's problem. I'm 1 minute, I'm 30 seconds. Make it somebody else's problem. We've seen previous versions of the council do that. Or you can oppose the PPR, supporting the people we've heard speak tonight, who are rightfully indignant, but who have no alternate plan, and it's only going to prolong the problems that our neighbours face. Or you can help us all move forward safely. You can vote to respectfully and conditionally support the plan. You give us safety, you give us equality across us as a resident group, and you give us respect. We've learned a lot from managing crisis, my wife and I. Action is the most important thing. Action makes people safe. Action reduces stigma. Action is what we need. We can't continue kicking the can down the road. I hope this council takes the right decision and takes action to support the PPR conditionally or amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Councillors, are there any questions of Mr. Morgan? Thank you very much. We have one more speaker, Mr. Jenkins. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor and councillors, lucky last. Can I seek to shorten what I was going to say by tabling the address that I was going to give and just using the 2 or 3 minutes left to make a few points. It is clear, listening tonight, that it's a disaster, not only for the residents in Nelson Parade, but for this whole community, what's taking place. Yes, there is a call for action. The call for action is for this government to listen to the people and to do what they should do and take it all off-site. There's been a lot of talk about facilities if they come up in the future. The facilities are there now. In the consultant's report, McFadden report, it's got, the fact is that Property New South, this is quoting out of that, Property New South Wales has explored several waste facilities that can take the radioactive waste as in Nelson Parade. And Barry Buffett, who used to run the EPA, has said the same. They happen to be interstate, but they can take it now when the approvals are done, but they can take it now. It's not a question of, oh, we've got to wait and put it in a bunker and take it out again. They could go now. The only thing that's being said is it's going to cost a bit more to put it onto a truck and then take it to Newcastle and put it on the train. What nonsense. The cost of managing this bunker for the rest of the time, it is just purely a nonsense. Look, the important thing is this. The PPR is fatally flawed. The document doesn't deal with social, economic and environmental concerns. It doesn't deal with social or economic concerns at all. And one thing I've learned in 33 years of being in the law is the fact that when you have a flawed document, when you have a draft consultant's report, for anybody, for this council, to actually act on a flawed document and say that that document should go forward, no way. No way should you do that. You can amend it and say, do the proper thing. This is what this community wants. You amend it, then that's and taking it off site, which is the only sensible answer. Then this community will then send that message back to the government, loud and clear. You get on, listen to the community who's suffering, and come up and get this off site either to a facility that can treat it, which is there in a state, or in plenty of storage sites in this state where you can put it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You still have some time left if you'd like.
That's a risky thing to ask me.
Thank you very much. Would you like to come back just for a moment and we'll just, if you don't mind, Council, is there any questions? When you say it's a flawed document and we shouldn't pursue it further with a flawed document, can you point to a couple of points that illustrate that?
Yes, I can. In the thousands of pages of documentation, and I think I'll be supported by the experts in this, the fact is that there is nowhere in the documents dealing with social impacts. Probably the most important aspect of this is social impacts, frankly. There's nothing there. There is nothing there about the economics of the costing. I mean, it's pretty clear, I have to say, that if you went into the site now, put it in a bulk of bags and then into a container and all taken off, 6 months that would take. If you do, that's in the submission that I put in, then you've taken it off. And that makes sense. To actually spend 2 years jackhammering and going through everything else to build bunkers as well as sifting things on site, including treating contamination, heavy metals and the like on site. I mean, it's a no-brainer what that's going to cost. Now, where's all that analysis? What I'm saying emphatically to me, and if anybody wants to get up and say I'm wrong, please do. There is nothing there. And the basic requirement of any expert, any council officer, might I say, any council officer, any consultant in doing a draft report in this field, is that you must deal with 3 things in the reports and in the PPR: the social consequences, the economic risk factors, etc., and the environmental concerns. They don't even name the 3 sites that they've identified in a state in the document. They don't even notify where they're taking the pollutants down on the foreshore, which are heavy metals and the like, which they're saying we're going to take off. You would have that in a PPR saying what it is. Totally silent. It is a defective. And all I can advise, no, I won't legally advise, I haven't got a practicing certificate, but what I will say is that I personally advise, do not rely upon a draft report, as I think has been said by one of the experts, and do not rely upon a report and a report of the council staff that is defective. And I say that advisedly.
Thank you very much. Any further questions of Councillor Williams?
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, you have a question?
I've got questions. Yeah.
Question? No, sorry.
Mr. Jenkins.
Can I have the call, please, Mr. Mayor?
You can. Councillor Collins, a question?
I don't think
Question?
finished. Yes, I do. So you're saying, Mr. Jenkins, that there's no mention of social impact. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
So have you read the report?
Yes.
So chapter 4.4, titled Social Impacts.
Yes. What's it say?
Well, it's quite a lengthy report. I'm not sure if you've read it.
Yes.
Then 4.5, environmental assessments. So
Yes.
they are actually covered. Is there something specific that wasn't covered in this report?
Yes, what's not covered in the report, that's the PPR documents. What's not covered is an evaluation of all the social impacts that come from the contaminants, from building a bunker and the like, from the fact that if you build a bunker, it's not going to get rid of the stigma or improve values, all those things. I don't think, unless you can point where that's been dealt with specifically, is dealt with. The economics of it is important. If a bunker is going to take 2 years to build and cost, as we've heard experts say they can't find it either, it's going to cost so much, and yet to spend 6 months and just get it off the site, down to bedrock. That's what they did at Pulpit Point. I think you might have been Mayor, Councillor Williams, but what happened in Pulpit Point was they got it down to bedrock and got it off, and that's what should happen here.
Thank you very much. Councillor Williams.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a motion if I may.
Please go ahead.
Right, I've provided it for the staff earlier and circulated amongst councillors prior to the meeting. I'd like to move that Council resolve the following. 1. The Council reaffirms its current position, Resolution 349/18, of ensuring complete removal of contaminated materials from the subject sites. 2. Council does not support the proposal in its current form. Property New South Wales should amend the proposal and replace their current preferred remediation method of on-site encapsulation with off-site storage of the radioactive material in an appropriately licensed facility. 3. The proposal in its current form is not suitable for a residential street, and it represents world's worst practice and is inferior to off-site alternatives. 4. The proposal fails to address sustainable remediation requirements, social issues, stigma and widespread community concern. 5. Constructing on-site permanent encapsulation creates increased risks to residents, workers and community compared to the removal of all material. 6. Environmental concerns regarding vibration, noise, dust, traffic risk, disruption to the local amenity including parking and access to sporting recreational use of Will Park are not adequately dealt with in the PPR. 7. The PPR is silent on removal of the waste to a national waste facility or similar facility when available. 8. No detailed consideration has been given to the potential damage to local roads and the repair due to excessive truck and equipment movements. 9. Council requires an extension to time to allow the community to fully understand and respond to the proposal. The current exhibition period was poorly publicised and conducted during the school holiday period. 10. Formal advice is required from Council's insurers and legal advisors as to the level of risk to Council if the government's expectations of safety, property values and residential wellbeing are not realised and claims are made against Council due to any advice or certificates provided. 11. The government indemnify Council against any future liability claims, maintenance costs, refurbishment costs. And finally, 12. It is not appropriate for Council to rely on a draft consultant's report. I've got copies here for the councillors and I've got some copies I can circulate.
Councillors, would you like to take a moment just to look at the words up close? It's on the screen, of course.
Is this
Would you
the
like
same
to
sentence
look through that?
We were all sent this earlier, so.
Councillor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Crassoy. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've moved this motion after enormous amount of consideration of all the information available, the history of the site, the concerns of the residents, and what is right to be done. It should be noted up front that this council is not the determining authority. We are only being asked for what we believe to be a fair and reasonable opinion on the PPR. Only the PPR. The PPR does not include an option for removal from the site after encapsulation. So we're dealing with the PPR, not some desire to have it removed in that PPR process. I'm very conscious of the enormous personal, emotional and well-being which this problem has created, and we've heard that tonight. We've heard that the community is divided on the issue, but there is a majority of residents, a significant majority of residents in that street, and I would believe beyond that area, that have a very firm view that the material should be removed, not in 6 months, 12 years, or whenever the government gets around to it. Now, it should be part of the proposal that's on the table, and it should be the priority. We've heard that it can be done today. We don't have to wait. There are facilities that could take this. The waste industry moves materials all over Australia at a very economic rate, and as we've heard, and from my own personal experience in the industry, materials frequently and regularly, and probably as we're speaking here tonight, are travelling up the Pacific Highway to be disposed of in Queensland. So the government is not being genuine in its attempts to deal with this matter. They're kicking the can down the street. They're not standing up for what is decent and is right for the residents of this street and Hunters Hill. They've obfuscated for many years now in this process, and what they're proposing here in the PPR is again another obfuscation. It won't solve the problem, it just buries it. And I don't believe that that's going to improve the lot of the Nelson Parade community, nor the broader Hunters Hill community. So I think the documents are deficient, flawed if you want to use that term. They don't consider crucial matters. And okay, you could point to a paragraph in a document that supposedly covers these issues, but it doesn't go into the detail I would think would be acceptable for sustainable remediation. And we've heard from an expert here tonight. Moving to the council staff's documentation and recommendations, I think it needs to be more than just a planning assessment. This issue needs technical advice and needs very clear instruction on what are the deficiencies in the report. The information we have before us tonight from the council's report doesn't cover that, and I just don't understand how we as a council can make a decision on a draft consultant's report. And not to be mean, but my experience with consultants, which is extensive, is that they borrow your watch to tell you the time. And I think that is what we've got here. It's just a planning outcome. There's been no technical information sought, no critical analysis of the issues that the community is concerned about and will be affected by. So, Mr. Mayor, we've heard tonight the full range of opinions, views, experiences, and council, in its tradition of being informed by its community and responsive to its community, I think has no other choice than to put in its submission that it requires the material to be removed immediately to an appropriate facility. There will be no opportunity in the future, if we went down the path of a covenant or whatever, to actually effect that. You'll find that the covenant would have to be a relationship between Property New South Wales and the council. Both parties have to agree to it. Who's going to say Property New South Wales would agree to it? Even if they do, a subsequent council would be possibly pressured by Property New South Wales or any variant of that comes in the future to remove that covenant. So there's no certainty and there's no contractual outcome that mandates that material to be moved to another location. And if the government was genuine, it can move that material today. It could have moved it back in, whenever it was, 2010, when they had a full-blown proposal for its excavation and removal to a lawful location. If it's not Kemps Creek, there are other locations and opportunities for the government. They've deliberately ignored those opportunities, and I think it's important for this council to call out that situation, to make sure that the Independent Planning Commission and the Department of Planning, or whatever they're called these days, are aware that there are other alternatives, and the community, in the majority, don't support this proposal of containment on site. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll leave it at that, and I have a right of reply later on.
Thank you very much. Anybody wishing to speak against the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will speak against the motion, but I will foreshadow an alternative motion for consideration by the council, and if I could read that to you, please.
Please. Do you have a copy of that?
I have provided the minute taker with a copy.
Right, thank you.
I've made a couple of very small changes to it in the course of the debate.
Thank you.
The council reaffirms its position of ensuring complete removal of contaminated materials from the subject site. Point 1. Point 2. Notwithstanding the above, that council provides in principle support for Property New South Wales' proposal for on-site encapsulation of RSW, restricted solid waste, as a temporary measure, conditional upon the following. A, that the concerns raised in the attached submission prepared by State Planning Services, SPS, on behalf of council be addressed. B, that the Department of Planning include a condition of consent or other legally binding undertaking requiring Property New South Wales to remove all encapsulated radioactive waste from the subject site as soon as a suitable disposal site becomes available. Semicolon, and that should another suitable disposal site become available during the on-site encapsulation process, the state government commits to redirecting the RSW off-site to such a facility. Point 3, that the state government maintain and/or restrict any residual funds from the $30 million remediation provision for the benefit of Nelson Parade to provide for the complete removal of the encapsulated RSW to an appropriate facility when it becomes available, and for the full remediation of the subject site and rectification of any defects and works to the street. 4, that council continue to monitor and advocate for the complete removal of the encapsulated materials when a suitable facility becomes available. 5, and this is that the submission prepared by State Planning Services SPS on behalf of council be endorsed and provided to the New South Wales Department of Planning. That's picked up in the original recommendation. 6, that Council urgently write to Property New South Wales, DPIE and our local state member Anthony Roberts requesting an extension of 1 month for submissions to be lodged in respect of the PPR to allow for Council and the community to fully understand and respond to the proposal on the basis that the current exhibition period was poorly publicised and held over a school holiday period. That is my foreshadowed motion.
Thank you.
And
in doing that, do you wish to speak also against the motion that's on the table?
I will speak against the motion that's on the table and for my motion in the event that the original motion is passed. I want to start by thanking all of the speakers that we've had tonight and the viewpoints for and against. And what is always reassuring when we have heard from you is that what hasn't changed is, and what unites us all as a community and as a council, is that we are committed to the full remediation of the site. But what is less clear is what we do. Short term, keep it monitored and encapsulated on site, or uncontained on site and keep to the full removal of the off-site facility. I think what also unites all residents is that the stigma and the inability to move or sell is of paramount concern to the residents and to all residents, that you feel disempowered and that you're stuck in limbo. And this affects you personally, and it's obviously impacted on health and well-being and livability, and it impacts us personally as well. We all know that the obvious solution is Kemps Creek. We all know after so many years that there is zero political will on both sides for that to happen. And indeed, it does seem that an interstate facility there's no will for that at this point either. What is also clear to me that if ever there was a time for political pressure to be applied and an outcome to be fully achieved, it was in the lead up to this last state election. And the hard work and the dedication of all of the groups that were involved in this resulted in a commitment from the state government for $30 million on the table for a remediation project and to explore all of the options. However, that immense political pressure did not result in the government making any disposable facility immediately available, whether it was local or interstate, or reconsidering Kemps Creek as an option. Instead, it engaged Property New South Wales to come up with some options, and the encapsulation on-site option is now before us, with vague reassurances that they are continuing to look at other sites and this option is temporary. I think we need more reassurance, and the alternate motion that I'm putting forward, I will hope will pick up some of the points that have been raised by some of the speakers tonight and hold the government to account on the promises that it's made, either verbally or in private discussions that have been had. And this proposal is entirely conditional on this being temporary. Sorry, my motion is entirely conditional on this being temporary, that it be put in writing that they intend to remove it long term, and that funds, importantly, that whatever funds are left over from the process of encapsulation, they are put aside so that this can be achieved in the long term. And I understand that this position is my position is going to disappoint a lot of people in this room tonight. But I form the view that the encapsulation option on a temporary basis with a binding commitment on its eventual disposable off-site goes some way to providing certainty to those adjoining neighbours who are most deeply affected by the contamination. In the short term, it cleans up the site. It takes away the temporary fencing, the hazardous signs, everything that signals to the wider community that this site is hazardous. It changes the look and feel of the street. Instead of the 3 vacant blocks with the hazardous waste signs, you have 2 residential blocks with a small park in between. It presents to the wider public that this is actually a residential street and not a construction zone. it provides some livability. In the meantime, any potential purchasers knowing that the risk is contained to one small section of land may be more likely to be interested in buying, other than knowing that the contaminated material remains uncontained. It is a practical short-term solution that benefits the most affected by the contamination. And I'm hoping that my motion will provide a commitment for full off-site permanent remediation that you're all crying out for. Point 3 of my motion commits the funds to this.
If I could just stop you for a moment. Are you speaking against the motion that's on the table?
I am.
Or are you speaking to your foreshadowed motion?
Well, I'm kind of doing both because it may not get up, so I won't have a chance to speak to it.
But it is your foreshadowed motion you're speaking to, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is.
Could I ask you to speak against the motion which is on the table at this stage?
Okay, I will.
Please.
I think I can't support the motion. I think we have to take the encapsulation at this point. Just getting back to allocation of funds, I think if the government accepts an allocation of funds, restricted allocation of funds, then it shows an assurance of good faith that this council is serious about going forward in the future, that there's money put aside for it and it's going to happen. I won't say anything more about my motion at this point, but except to say that this is a very difficult decision for all of us, and I think you need to appreciate that it's a very difficult decision for councillors as well. We know you all personally, and I want to thank you all for the fight that you have fought, either individually or in separate groups or as a whole group. It's not an easy decision for councillors. The Davins were my neighbours for many years. The Receipties have left the room. They're very good friends of mine. It's a very difficult decision. So I'm speaking against the motion and I'm supporting the recommendation and the other amendments that I've made.
Thank you very much. So we have a foreshadowed motion on the table. Is there anybody wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor Crassley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm still listening to the debate as I've listened to everyone speak, and I appreciate all of your thoughts and consideration, particularly the advice of Barry and Bill at this late stage. I agree very much with Rosemary that Hunters Hill is a paradise, and it's certainly a paradise worth fighting for. For 50 years, the environmental, social, economic and physical well-being of past, current and as yet unknown future residents has been a game, and someone else is holding the ball. They're dodging, they're weaving, they're feinting. They're creating opposing teams where once there were friends. They're moving the goalposts, and finally, when the hard work of this community who united to get us so close to the try line has got us this far, they decide to bury the ball, with no guarantees that the field will ever be made playable again. It breaks my heart to have to choose, and I can't imagine the pain and the suffering and anguish that this has caused our residents, who are all friends. But choose we must, and at this stage, I have some concerns about the PPR before us. There are just too many unknowns, particularly with recent advice that I've heard from Bill and Barry. Regretfully, I feel that as a councillor and an elected leader, it would be irresponsible of me to invite the devil in, not knowing when they will leave. There are potentially 2 environmental impacts of creating these containers. One, the demolition of the site, the sorting of the waste and the putting of it into the containers. And it is an if, and there are no guarantees, if there is another site located, which I don't believe there ever will be, once it's in the ground. But if there were, we then have to dig it up and expose everyone to it again. There's the vibration risk, which is a new thing that I learned about in the last weeks, and it's very real. And I know you all have beautiful houses there, and I feel that it's the devil you know in this instance. A bit like Brexit. I think if you vote for this container, we don't know what's going to happen, and we may live to regret it. If we vote against it, we could end up in this position again in another year or 2 years or 3 years, and of course we will regret that too. But sadly, with a majority in the street wanting their council to oppose these containers, with so much regret and sadness, I do support what Councillor Williams has put on the table, particularly point 1, as Councillor McLaughlin also does, and Councillor Collins, I'm sure, that we reaffirm this position, that 100% this council all along and this community want this waste removed. Point 2, that we don't support the proposal. Point 5 in particular is the point I just mentioned about constructing the encapsulation and environmental impact for the residents and the workers and the concerns. And point 6, the vibration and noise. So they're the strongest reasons I support the motion, and the other issues are all valid considerations. I'm not quite sure why they're in the actual motion, but there they are. So particularly socially, I think residents who watch us in council know that I feel very strongly about social health and about mental health and about community. And I feel I'd be letting the majority of the residents down if I didn't support what Councillor Williams is putting on the table. And I do so with apologies to all of you people who do want encapsulation. And I hope that with our opinion going forward, this is just our recommendation. This isn't a decision. But I'm hoping that with that, we as a community can unite again and get this ball that's so close to the try line over the line. And we will only do so if we can quickly lick our wounds and come together as a team again and hopefully get a win for this community.
Thank you, Councillor Cressler. Anybody wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think everyone in this room is in agreement that the best outcome is full remediation, which means taking this material away, far away from Hunters Hill. But we're not really here to discuss that because there's not an option on the table today to take it anywhere else. So what we have to look at is what is the best option for today. If something comes up and there's an opportunity to take this elsewhere, that's fantastic. That's what we all want. But in the interim, there is a measure that is available to us, which is to encapsulate this material, to clear the hazardous material off the properties that actually have it on their own properties, in their own backyard. So that would be taken off and moved not far. It's next door, but it's off their property. I understand that most people in this room are against it, and most people in this room do live on Nelson Parade. As decision makers here, we have to give different weighting to different people based on their impact of this material. Everybody's impacted. Your house prices are impacted. As far as I know, there's only one person that actually has fans running 24 hours a day on their property to deal with the rate on gas. So that person would have to have a lot more weight in my decision making, and there might only be a small proportion of you that wholeheartedly support this, but they are the neighbouring residents, the ones that are most impacted by this. Practically speaking, there is a possibility that throughout this process, if we get this underway, an opportunity might come up where we can put it somewhere else. Now, there's been misinformation put out there that it's almost implied that there is a conspiracy to not want to move it. To me, putting the concrete structures in Nelson Parade to put the material there sounds like the hardest option in terms of options to the state for the state government. It would be much easier to put it onto trucks and take it to a licensed facility. It would be a lot cheaper. There's been $30 million allocated to this project. Surely if there was an easier way, if there was an option at this point in time to take it to interstate or a licensed facility, it would have been done. But those that actually have looked into it realise that it can't. And Kemps Creek's never going to happen. It's never going to go there. They might have a licence to go there, but it's not going to go there. So what do? Do we just say no to everything? Do we accept a measure that is better than what it is? Or do we just say no to everything? Do we continue to have those mesh fences up there with the signs for another 10 years? And then when that 10 years comes about, well then what do? So that $30 million, by the way, if this project doesn't pass, that $30 million, that's gone. Okay, that'll go away. So in 5 years' time, let's just say that an option comes up and there's somewhere to move it. Well, then you've got to fight for that money again. And you'll at least need $15-20 million. It's $30 million if you do sort of a two-stage process. But you're going to have that fight all over again. You'll start again. And if in 10 years, if we have to wait for the federal facility in 10 years, well then once that opens, then you can start the fight. So then you have to go through that 2-year process, the consultation, you have to get government on side, you might need to wait for a change of government, who knows? Even after a facility becomes available in 10 years, it might take 15, it might take 20. This option allows the possibility that if we conduct this process and we get things far enough along the line, if 18 months when nothing is actually, no shovels have hit dirt at all, if something pops up, and speakers tonight have alluded to the idea that it could pop up, then in everybody's interest, if the option was there, of course they're going to do it. Why would they go ahead with building this concrete structure, which is going to cost lots of money, when the simplest option would be to simply move it? So we are closing ourselves out from this opportunity. Now, some might think that, we're not the decision-making body. So let's just do a protest vote. Let's just show the rage, tell everyone how angry we are, and put that to the Independent Planning Commission. But the fact of the matter is they have to have a lot of weight to what this council decides. And if they have no buy-in from the community, they might just walk away from it. I mean, they've got no vested interest. They'll look at the opportunity, they'll say, right, there's this street, everyone's against it. Why would they bother? So our decision here shows that the community's behind it. And I realise that there are residents in the street that aren't. Probably more residents. But the ones that are most affected, I'm having to base my decision on that, because the idea of having fans in your property to dispel the radon gas, I can't imagine that. I just can't imagine that. So, just have some notes, if you don't mind, sorry. Look, once this, if we can just get the ball rolling on this, the advocacy doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. And I give you my commitment that I'll do everything I can to put the pressure on wherever I can to find another facility, and when it becomes available, to get this project pivoted. And you know what? Maybe it could be gone in 3 years. Maybe it could be gone in 4 years. We don't. It could. If we don't do this, it definitely won't be. If we don't do this, it will be there for 10 years. That's absolutely guaranteed. Absolutely guaranteed. If we do this, there's a chance. It might not be strong. It might be 50-50. I'd be guessing. There's a chance it could be gone in 4 years. So let's keep cool heads. Maintain the rage, but focus it in an effective way to try and get this facility open. Put the pressure on the federal government to get this facility. I don't know why it takes them 10 years, but maybe that's where we can focus our attention. Get that done sooner. So in 5 years' time or whenever. So I'll just end by saying if we vote this down and the Independent Planning Commission consider that there's no community sentiment to support it, this ends, project ends, $30 million goes away. You can start the fight again in 10 years.
Councillor Crasso, you have a question?
I do, thank you. Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious because you made a few guarantees when you were speaking, and as I said, I'm still hearing the debate. So I'd just like to understand those guarantees because I don't think I read them anywhere in the proposal. One guarantee was that that if a alternative site will be found, that they will remove the waste. Can you show me where in the report it guarantees that? So,
I mean, if to genuinely ask the question, it doesn't. On page 78, I think it is, from memory, it talks about. That's look. It's right at the end, page 73. Sorry, potential for future offsite disposal. Now, the concrete cells are being designed so that if and when a facility becomes available, the material can be moved. But my hope is that there is actually potential that we support this, things get underway, and those concrete cells never actually get built because something could come up on the way. So right before an excavator comes down, an option comes up. This is actually a real possibility that a licensed facility comes up, whether it's, I heard about Western Australia, they're trying to get their last approvals through. If that comes up in the next 12 months, we could very well end up going there. It could absolutely end up going there. And this would allow that to happen. It would allow it to happen. It doesn't guarantee, absolutely not. It doesn't guarantee it, and I'm not suggesting that this does guarantee it. But the alternative of not doing anything guarantees that if in 18 months' time, if a facility becomes available, if this is rejected and the Independent Planning Commission rejected, it is guaranteed that we will not be ready to actually have this moved.
So that's the second guarantee I'm just curious about, because you definitely guaranteed that if we don't do this, it's off the table for 10 years. And I don't recall reading that anywhere either.
So if this proposal is rejected by the Independent Planning Commission, yes, so they reject the proposal.
This proposal?
Yes. So what do you think happens then?
I'm asking
it's just a
you,
question.
Councillor.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking you.
Okay.
Because you said it's
so there's
guaranteed that it's off the table for 10 years.
Well,
so I didn't read anywhere that if we reject this,
the $30 million that is allocated for this project, if this project is abandoned, then that $30 million goes away. That's just how government works.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't need to ask.
I like questions.
Yes.
It's about the $30 million. Was the $30 million allocated to the preferred proposal, or was it allocated to finding a solution for the removal of?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good question.
So it was just allocated to the proposal?
No.
It was allocated to...
Okay.
No,
So,
I agree with you.
So it's a question of Councillor Collins.
Okay.
Councillor Collins.
So the $30 million has been it's a provision in the state budget that was for $30 million before this actually was put
Yeah,
forward.
but the last...
To explore options.
Sorry, for the
previous iteration of brainstorming.
Councillor.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
It's an important question.
Councillor Collins, answer the question.
It's a good question. It's an important one. So what happens is that this is there's a provision in the state budget for $30 million to deal with this issue. That was put there, before this project. So it's not allocated to a specific project. Okay.
Thank you.
The question is, if this project is abandoned.
No, that's not the question. Is what the $30 million was for.
So, what is it, a loaded question, or do you genuinely want to know the answer? Because if that 30 million, I want to answer the question.
I think you have answered the question.
No, I don't think I've answered the question.
Councillor, do you feel the
$30 million?
Do you feel the question's been answered for?
Yes, but it's fine. I'll hear. Yeah.
Are you happy for me to elaborate? When it comes to budget time next year, if there is no project and there's a provision, that money will just disappear. That's how it works. So if there's no live project, there's no momentum on that money, it will just be taken out of the budget. That's just how it happens. There's all sorts of projects that will, if they never get up and running, they'll go. Because that 30 can't stay there forever.
Collins, I think we've exhausted the answer to the question, and I feel that the answer's been given.
Help me, thank you. So,
so it just leaves one more person to speak for the motion, and that'll be me. This is a very difficult decision, and I've noticed that in the community, in the years that I've been involved with this, I've seen the community change their views, and some people have even changed their view more than once. They moved towards encapsulation about a year ago, and then they've moved back again to a different position recently. I do think that the proposal hasn't been fully scoped, particularly in terms of its psychological impact on people. I think we need to think about a philosophy of our children's children here, and not just an immediate gratification of some needs. There will be people in the future, and if we give up now, it's encapsulated there for eternity, then people will have to live with this side off into the future. It's clear to me that we do have buy-in from the local community, Councillor Collins, and the local community has said over a number of years, the majority of them is against encapsulation, over the last year certainly. So the majority of the people, we've had a survey done a long time ago, we had a survey done recently which wasn't helpful in that regard, and we've had property tell us the majority of people are against encapsulation. Property New South Wales told us in a meeting that there were a majority of people against encapsulation, and that carries a fair bit of weight. I think it's really unfortunate this has split the community. It'll be interesting to see what the government decides to do as a result of this, and I hope we can put the community back together despite differing views on this. But this is not a decision of council, this is a decision related to this matter. It's a decision of the government at the end of the day, and so somebody will make a decision. We're passing an opinion on it, and my opinion is that we should not go for encapsulation because I think it could be a permanent solution, and without any guarantees that it's an interim solution, I can't support it. I don't want to see this there in 20 years' time. Councillor Williams, right or reply?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you've summed it up pretty well, but I'd just like to make a couple of comments in response to some of the debate. We've talked about $30 million being available for this activity. Has anybody checked that it's in this year's budget? Nobody knows the true cost of this activity or this proposal. Nobody's costed it. It might be $15 million, it might be $60 million. We've all seen government projects go ballistic in terms of costings, particularly when there's uncertainties and lack of clarity as to what the costs of what's being proposed in the PPP are. So there's no guarantee in the future that the funds will be available, and certainly there's no confidence at this stage that I can see that there are reasonable costings that would fit within that $30 million budget. I would not imagine any government would hold that funds for future activities. They will either use it now or not at all. Can it be enforceable, having some sort of contractual or covenant arrangements with Property New South Wales? No, it can't, from my opinion, and from the advice that I've been given. It's all in the hands of future people, future councillors, future governments, future heads of those departments. I would imagine very quickly the departments will come back to council asking for that covenant to be removed. And in the future, they may find a council is prepared to do that. So I don't think that this option of future removal and having some guarantee is feasible. We've heard that there's no site available now. Well, I haven't heard that. I've heard that there is a site available. So it's wrong to say removal is in the future. It's present and can take place if the government wanted to. I can't guarantee anything, and I'm quite surprised that Councillor Collins is giving some clad guarantees that things will happen that he has no control over, nor future governments or councils have control over. So I'm very concerned that the community doesn't get confused that us councillors can give ironclad guarantees about any of this. At the end of the day, there's a fundamental duty of care to make sure that any prospective purchasers are aware of conditions of properties that they're buying. So I don't know how in the future purchasers or people wanting to move into our community could be hidden from the fact of the history of this site. And if the material is still on the site, I personally wouldn't be buying a property in that area. So I don't think encapsulation removes the stigma nor frees up properties. I also don't believe that there's a different weighting for people within a community. I think everybody should be treated equally in this. People are affected in different ways, and that should be respected, but everybody's in the boat together. And it's true that a significant majority of residents directly affected in that area don't want encapsulation. And as a councillor, I must be guided by that view. So in summary, I think the best outcome for the community is to proceed down the path of a total removal. And I think council needs to be putting that view forward to the Independent Planning Commission. Everybody in this room, everybody who has an interest in this, can also put a submission in. So they will hear the full spectrum of issues that have been raised here tonight. Council, I don't believe, will have any better weighting than anybody else. I don't have illusions of grandeur. I think the Commission will be looking at the merit of the submissions put in. And the Commission will be responsible. It will not just, oh, well, this plan's not going to, it doesn't have support, so therefore it's off the table, nothing's going to happen. They will make sure that guidance is given to the appropriate way forward on this issue. So Council is giving an opinion, and I think that opinion reflects the majority of the community
which it serves. It's in the best interest of the community it serves. The government needs to make sure that not only the current residents but future residents in that vicinity are given the dignity and the right to live their lives without this problem being over their head. It's the government's responsibility. The government needs to act. It does have those levers in its hands, and it can do it, and it should have done it. So I don't trust them to any promises that are made. They've been broken in the past, and we as a community need to stand up and say what we want. And what the community overwhelmingly is saying is that we want the material removed, and we want it removed now.
Thank you, Councillor. If there are no further clarifications or queries, I'll put Councillor Williams' motion. Those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. There's always going to be. Sorry. Cheers, Peter.
Yeah.
Took 3 hours to figure it out.
Very brave.
What they're doing is those signatures.
Just can't make
Yeah, I agree.
Councillors, I'm happy to move on to the next item if you like.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
The next item we have on the agenda is item 4.3, local strategic planning statements.
Mr. Mayor. Oh, you're moving on?
Yes,
You've got
we
a
are.
quorum. Can I suggest that we postpone this item to the next council meeting? I think it's a really important item. No,
Move
what
that
are we
we
doing?
move that we second the Councillor Williams. Anybody wish to speak against? Those in favour? That's carried. Next item we need to do with is there's a possibility we can move a number of items together if you're of a mind to. Items 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 8.1, 8.3, 9.1 and 9.3. We're leaving out item 9.2. We'll deal with that. Move Councillor Williams, second to Councillor Crasso. Any discussion needed? They're moved. Item 9.2 is the minutes of the Huntersville Local Area Traffic Committee meeting. There's a recommendation in that that we need to, that there's an amendment for. George, could you speak to that, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, recommendation, change the recommendation to that the minutes and the recommendations of the Hunters Hill Local Traffic Committee meeting held on the 20th of June 2019 be adopted.
All right, just let me find it again. So it's the recommendation.
Long way around, sorry. Yeah.
Could you read that again, please, George? Sorry.
Recommendation that the minutes and the recommendations of the Hunters Hill Local Traffic Committee meeting held on 20 June 2019 be adopted.
Okay, thank you. I have a query. Excuse me, Councillor Williams moved. Councillor Williams seconded. Councillor McLaughlin.
Oh, sorry, where are we?
9.2.
Yes, and then we moved on.
Councillor, can we, while we're all here, can we read it again, please, George? One more time. Sorry to.
Yeah. The recommendation be changed to that the minutes and the recommendations of the Hunters Hill Local Traffic Committee meeting held on 20 June 2019 be adopted.
Moved Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor McLaughlin. I have a query on that, if I could, George. Could you just remind me? It's on page 120. It's the under proceedings in brief, and it says the Main Street Committee also suggested that the extension of the median island opposite driveway number 47 Gladesville Road would improve truck delivery to shops and avoid trucks and cars crossing over the median island.
Do you want to speak?
Can you explain to me how that works?
There's an issue with regard to certain vehicles cutting across that island and to turn into property number 47.
Okay.
And trying to extend that median.
So they're coming down the wrong side of the road when they're turning into there.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. Thank you. That's the only query I had. Thanks very much. Makes sense to me now. Any further discussion on that? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Against? That's carried. What are we up to now? We're up to this confidential item? 7.1 we've missed? 7.1. Thank you. Ruby Road. Moved Councillor Collins.
Yeah, with an amendment.
Second.
Yep.
With an.
Yeah.
You want to move it with an amendment?
I do. Well, clarification first. We've got three the three options, which is the curbing, the new footpath, and also a combination of the two. From my reading of it, is it just the first part of it that's going to be consultation, or is it the footpath as well?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I might ask. Just find it a bit.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the recommendation is that we proceed with only the curb extensions at this stage, the blisters, minus the footpath. So just the option with the blisters and the line marking, not the footpath.
And is this a decision, or is this just to send it to consultation?
This is a recommendation putting forward to go to consultation.
Okay. If I can make a amendment, I'd just like to amend if we're not making a decision tonight, but if we're going to consult, then I think we should do all the options. Consult on the footpath as well. So if we could just add that in, consult on the full recommendation, and then come back to, once that consultation's taken place, then we can obviously.
The words you'd like to add in.
Oh, look, I'm not fussed about it. Would you like me to?
Yes, please.
Read something out? Okay. The consultation with local residents and Hunters Hill, to undertaken regarding phase 1, and phase 2, which as described in the report.
So you recommend still a phase introduction?
Look, I'm not too concerned about the words of how it's constructed, but basically, I think we should consult the community on the entire on all the options, which includes the footpath and the curbside. So, look, do you want me to read out an option, or do you think you can?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I make a suggestion?
Cool.
So if we keep point 1, that consultation with local residents, etc., to be undertaking regarding phase 1 of the pedestrian safety works, and that consultation with local residents, etc., also be undertaken in relation to phase 2, which includes the proposal for the footpath. So we'll do it together, but look at phase 1 and phase 2.
Yes, fantastic.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Phase, okay.
Do I have a second for that?
Could someone just help me understand what phase 2 is going to be? Because
The footpath on the western side.
that's not written here anywhere. So,
That's the amendment that Councillor Pond is suggesting.
so that phase 2 be
Part of the consultation.
what is
Footpath on the western side.
So phase 2 is a footpath. So
It's
phase
in the
1
headway
is
report.
A, B, C, and D. It's not.
It's number
That's
5
option.
of the attachments. Footpath widening. Is that it?
Yeah. So that's option A actually. Number 5 of the attachments. Well, we need to be clear because we're putting it in a motion. So I just need to understand: is phase 2 going to be? Do you understand why I'm trying to clarify this? Because in the plans it's called issue A, I think. I can't quite read it because it's quite small. Which is the footpath, etc. So,
well, maybe we just don't call it the phase 2 and just say the consultation also be undertaken with residents regarding
all
footpath
3
work.
options or something, or
Yeah.
3 headway
As-
alternatives, or
as discussed in the headway report.
George, can you enlighten us on that? Is that a sensible suggestion?
It hasn't been described.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, there were 3 options in the headway report. One was just the footpath.
Yeah.
One was just the blisters,
Yes.
and then one was for both.
everything.
Yeah. So what we've recommended, what we had initially recommended was just the blisters.
Yes.
And then phase 2 would be the footpath. So by doing it this way, we would phase 1 would still be the blisters, and we'd recommend the phase 2 follow-up, including the footpath. So in effect, if both phases were implemented, we would achieve the combination.
But this is just the consultation, so it's taking this to the community rather than making a decision on it. So I think the community should have a say.
Okay. It's seconded. Councillor Crasso, are you seconding that? No? No?
Well, the alternative is that we have 2 sets of consultation. It's just as
Mr.
easy
Mayor,
to ask another.
We're having random debate and we've only
Yep,
got 2
so we're not a seconder for the motion, so it reverts back to the original recommendation which is there. Councillor Williams, seconded. Councillor Crasso. Councillor Williams.
Mr. Mayor, it's self-explanatory. The staff are right in just going with phase 1 at this stage, and we'll follow up if we need to with other. But let's see what the response is to phase 1.
Anybody wishing to speak against? Councillor Collins.
What we're doing here is denying the community an opportunity to have a say on this matter. This isn't deciding whether or not to do it. It is simply asking, are we willing to engage with the community about the safety concerns in Review Road? It's nothing more than that. We're doing consultation down there. We're adding something else to it, which we have a report on that's out there in the public. And basically, by not allowing my amendment, effectively what we're doing is we're saying we're not even going to consider this. This safety report, a safety report has been produced for us that suggests that a footpath would improve safety. Now, whether or not we go ahead with it, that's a different discussion. But to deny the community an opportunity to have a say on that matter is absolutely disgraceful. It's an absolutely disgraceful way, and it's an insult to the community to say, we're not allowing you to have a say. We're not going to allow you to have a say on this matter. We've already decided for you. We don't consult. We've decided this is the best option. Feed them that, right? And we say, that's your only option. We're only consulting on that. Or we take the advice of the report, which suggests that this other option is safer, and we ask the community, what do you think? That's what consultation is. It's not about offering to the community just the things we want them to say yes or no to. It's about offering all options. We have more than one option on the table here. It is our obligation to consult with the community on all of them. So I'd like to foreshadow a motion that if this is defeated, that the amendment that I was originally trying to suggest is put through.
Thank you. Could I check, there is a time in the future to consult with the community on that footpath?
So yeah, the recommendation is we would monitor after the initial phase.
And we would come back.
If we need to.
So it wouldn't be correct to say that we wouldn't consult with the community, because in the future, if we need to, we will consult on that matter. Is that correct? Okay, good.
Great question.
Anybody wishing to speak? Question?
No, I've just got a question, if I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, to George. So phase one is what you're recommending, and why aren't you recommending going ahead with phase two right now?
Oh, it's just looking at the design lines and speaking to the consultant. We thought let's try the phased approach, and the education, it seems to be the behaviour that's the problem as more than the infrastructure. The students are walking at a diagonal to the traffic. So I was trying to deal with the shortening the width of the road of intersection.
So you want to see if that solves the problem initially, and if it in fact comes out that it doesn't, then we move to phase two.
Okay, councillors, we've reached the bewitching hour. It's 11 o'clock. Move to extend. Councillor Williams, Councillor McLaughlin, all in favour? Aye. That's carried. Thank you. Do you have any further queries? Councillor Williams?
Just quickly, Mr. Mayor. I think Council's taking a responsible approach here to deal with it step by step. We're not denying any opportunity for the community to be involved in consultation. We're seeking their advice on phase one. If phase one is successful, then phase two is not needed. So let's try phase one with the community, see if that can get the desired outcome, and if not, we'll consult further.
Any further discussion?
I do want to speak.
Councillor Crasso.
Thank you. Because I was at the briefing when Headway spoke to us about this, and I thought it was very comprehensive. And their consideration of the footpath was because it was a request, it was a requirement of us that they consider it. And their feeling was that the blisters at the top of the road and user behaviour were a priority. And based on that recommendation, I just feel like that's the path we need to pursue rather than an unnecessary footpath. This is based on the feedback from the consultant, and the council staff seem to agree with that because that's their professional recommendation, it's their skill set. So I think it's really important that we are led by the advice of the professionals we engage, rather than by emotion on this. So I think it's important that we just stick with the path we're on.
Thank you. Nobody wanted to speak against? Councillor Williams, put the motion.
Yes, I had right a reply before Councillor Cressler.
You like that?
I'm happy.
I'll put the motion. Those in favour of the recommendation, that's carried. Thank you. I guess one more matter. 8.2.
Move. Mr. Mayor. And I would also like to...
We did that from 1 to 4, 2, didn't we? 8.2, yeah, Councillor Collins. Move Councillor Collins, the Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference. Move Councillor Collins, seconded Councillor Williams.
I'd like to put myself up as Deputy Mayor, as the other delegate, as has been tradition in the past.
Very good.
That may not be the case.
Yes, that's true.
Well, it wasn't the case when you went either, so...
Oh, well, let's wait.
Hold on. Let's keep it real. So Councillor Collins has suggested he'd like to attend that conference as Deputy Mayor. Councillor Williams?
I'm aware that Councillor Sanderson is also very keen to represent Council as the delegate at that forum, and he and I have already prepared a number of motions to be put to the conference, or put to Council to see if they will agree to those going to the conference. So I think somebody like Councillor Sanderson should be given the opportunity to represent Council, considering the motions that and the understanding of the motions likely to go before the local government association.
Councillor McLaughlin, do you have a comment? Query?
Well, I'm just wondering if it's appropriate just to defer this until they get back.
Move to
Maybe we
defer.
can defer this matter until they get back and then they can talk about it.
Second, Councillor Williams.
Yes.
All those in favour?
Aye.
That's carried. Good suggestion. Thank you. We go on to the confidential matter. We'll
Move the closed session.
just close that door. Move Councillor Williams. Second, Councillor Collins. All in favour? That's carried. You do something.
I think so. We're back.
Are we back, Barry? Okay. We've just dealt with an item in Committee of the Whole and General Manager report on that.
So Council considered 14.1, dedication of Vernon Street, Hunters Hill under Section 16 of the Roads Act 1993 and road lease and sale of 1 Vernon Street, Hunters Hill, Part Road Reserve. Council subsequently resolved 1, that the report be received and noted, 2, that Council resolved to dedicate Vernon Street as a public road under Section 16 of the Roads Act 1919.
Thank you very much. That's. Are there any further business? Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Any further business?
Questions without
notice?
I'll hand up.
None?
Oh, yes, I've got several.
All right, thank you. I call the meeting closed at 11:30.